Section 49 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise Jaeschke. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 49, Hattie Matthews. Interview with Mrs. Hattie Matthews, aged 58, Farmington, Missouri. My mother was Louisiana Anthony, and she married and lived in Libertyville, Missouri, in St. Francis County. She are dead now, but would be about 78 if she were living. She was born into slavery. My grandmother was Harriet Smith, and she was born in about 1820, and she were about 40 years old when the war began. She was a slave near New Madrid, Missouri, and died when she was about 90 years old. My grandmother had 14 children, and when the war ended, her master, Shap Phillips, take one of her girls named Phoebe and put her on a horse and took her away with him, and we never heard from her again. We think she was taken south to work for somebody. When my grandmother got free, she and my grandfather, who worked for another master, bought a small farm near Knob Lick in St. Francis County, Missouri. They built them a house and bought only 20 acres at a time, and finally had 120 acres. I used to lay awake nights a-listening to stories that my mother and grandmother'd tell us about slavery days. I know a lot of stories, but have forgot many of them. My, how she could tell about those times, and they were true, too. When my grandmother got married, they just jumped over a broom, and they were considered man and wife. This were the custom then. The master'd hold a broomstick. I asked my grandmother what she would have done if she'd fallen over the broomstick. She say, "Well, I didn't fall, but jumped clear over it." I 'membered this 'cause it seemed so funny. Brogan shoes were wore then. They were of rough leather, and the shoes had brass toes. All the clothes was wove, and the only fancy clothes my grandmother had were given to her by the missus. Shap Phillips had a good many slaves, and grandmother was the cook. She was very strong and cooked in kettles bigger than they have now. Whenever a Negro slave had a baby, she had to work right on. If she worked in the field, she would take the baby along and lay it down in the rail fence corner in the sun. The baby had on only a slip. The master'd ride his horse in the field and had a horse whip that was plaited, and he'd cut the slaves with this whip when the slaves slacked up. If the baby cried, the mother had to get the master's permission 'fore she could pick up the baby. The scraps from the white folks' table were all thrown into a kettle. My mother'd stand close by, and she would grab in the kettle with both hands and eat whatever she got. Then, after all the grown slaves did this, they would call pot liquor time, and the children 'ud run to the kettle and drink what was in the bottom of the kettle. This was generally the juice or water from greens. Sometimes the children got a piece of cornbread. This was all the children got to eat, and of course they were always hungry. The master had a Polly parrot, and these parrots would be placed to hear and watch what the slaves did. They were not always seen by the slaves, and when the master was away, the parrots would remember what had happened and report it. One of the slaves was baking bread, and she took a pan full of biscuits and hid it under the cushion of the chair. The old missus come in and was sick and started to sit down in the chair. The parrot was sitting up there and say, "Missy Bissy burn you." The missus lifted up the cushion and found the pan of bread. She was sick and couldn't whip the slave, so she was going to have the master do it when he came in. The slave was mad, so she took the parrot and wrung its neck and threw it out hind the house, thinking she'd killed the parrot. The missus had to go out there for something, and the parrot say, "Poor Polly layin' in the sun." The master then really beat the slave when he came in. My grandmother knew the lady that this happened to in New Madrid. My grandmother got whipped only once, and the master was sorry 'cause she fought back. She was strong and a good worker. My grandmother was up for sale on the block once, and they offered several $1,000s for her, but she was a good worker and she was not sold. When the rebel soldiers come, the slaves would hide, but when the Union soldiers come, the slaves would run to them. When the master had company, he would take meat skins and grease the mouths of all the slave children. Then, when the company came, the master would call all the slave children in and say, "You little rascals have been eaten." He wanted to create the impression that he was feeding his slaves better than the other masters round there. Grandmother said they had lots of hoodoo business. I asked her why they didn't hoodoo the white folks to get 'em out of their way. She said the Negroes couldn't hoodoo the white people 'cause they had straight hair. It was something about the oil in the hair. White folks have to wash their hair to get the oil out, but Negroes have to put oil in their hair. But the slaves sure could hoodoo each other. Somebody who wanted to hoodoo somebody else would take snakes and frogs and pulverize 'em and put the stuff in a bottle. Then they dug a hole in the ground under the step and buried the bottle in the hole. When the person, for whom the hoodoo was intended, took a step over that spot, they would have pains in their legs. My grandmother could see snakes coming up inside their legs, and they had to cut a hole in their legs to let the snakes out. Sometimes they would get a person to take the snakes and frogs from a person, and then the person who put the hoodoo under the step or porch would lose their charm and die. My grandmother said she saw many a frog and snake come out of a person's mouth. The slaves were terrible to each other. All such as this went on in those days. This here hoodoo business still goes on down in Mississippi. I'm sure glad I don't live down there. My cousin got into an argument with a Negro girl down there, and they couldn't settle it. So she, my cousin, wrote to somebody who wrote back and told my cousin all about this here other girl, such as her amount of insurance, etc. End of section 49.
Section 50 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Letha Taylor Meeks. Interview with Letha Taylor Meeks, Smelterville, Missouri. My full name is Letha Taylor Meeks, and I was born down in Panola County, Mississippi, close to the Tallahatchie River. My father and mother was Andy and Susan Taylor. We belonged to old Master Billy Wellborn, and our missus was old Miss Chloe. They had a fine big house, we call it the mansion. They had porches and galleries both. There was trees all round, pine trees and cedars and oak trees, and the yard was full of flower bushes, big snowballs and lilacs, and rows of flags and honeysuckle vines with the mockingbirds and doves a singing round, and they was jaybirds too. And they was big vegetable gardens and fruit trees. In the storeroom in the fall there was always bags full of dried apples and peaches and pumpkin and corn, strings of onions a hanging up, and heaps of turnips and sweet taters and bins full of taters. And there was lots of cabbages and collards and shelters in the garden. Miss Chloe dressed mighty fine. She wore calico prints round home, but when she dressed up, she wear silks and satins with hoop skirts and a rear-back hat tied under her chin. When the white folks go to church at Fredonia, us colored folks go too, but we sits up in the gallery. We didn't have no school, but sometime the preacher and his wife had come to stay with the white folks, and they'd always have classes for us children. One time they stayed there nearly a year. Us children used to play hide-and-seek, honey on the bee-ball, frog in the meadow, and everything playable. I learned to spin, and I'd fill quills till I had a whole basket full, and I'd wind the brooches. My mother helped with the weaving. They made all our clothes. 'Member one time they made such fine gray homespun for the men's pants. Old Mother Rhett was seamstress for the white folks. We called her Mother Rhett. Her name was Henrietta. The looms and spinning wheels was in a big room down in the basement. There was a big fireplace in the room. Mother helped with the cooking too, and I'd help her on cleaning days. Our folks sure had fine furniture and things, and the finest silver and candles all over the house. We made the candles, put a string in the mold, then put the grease in. There was fine candles for company. For the soldiers came all the silver and fine things was hidden. They had 2 basements, the big one under the whole house, and a small one in the back. Under the small one was a cellar, and in that cellar they hide all the things, barrels of taters, sacks of dried fruits and vegetables, the meats and lard and provisions, and the silver till they had it full up. Then they puts back the puncheon boats and fills it with dirt just like it weren't nothing under there. They had 2 sons go off to war. Columbus come back when the war was over, but Wallace died with measles. When he leave to go to war, he tell me he going to come back with Lincoln's head on a stick, but the Lord sent him back with his head in a coffin. They had all us colored folks come through the house to see young massa lying there in the big front room in his coffin. There was more than 100 slaves. There was 3 cabins close to the mansion, and our family lived there. In the quarters there was about 50 cabins, but that was about 5 miles from us, over on the other place. Young Massa William lived in the big house over there. He didn't go to war, and one time the soldiers came and looked for him. They can't find him, so they burned the house down, 'cause they think he's in there, but they'd never bother our place. First time I ever see the Yankees, it was one Saturday. I went out to let the calves in the grove. When I looked down the road and I see one man come round the corner, then another, then more, till I see the whole army coming. Then I scared, and I runs back to the house a hollering, "The Yankees is coming." They comes up the road and into the yard, and one man grabbed me and he say, "Is you the little gal what run to tell 'em to hide 'cause we's coming?" I tells him, "I's the little gal what run, but I never tell nobody to hide. I is sure scared." He holds me while the mans look round, but they don't tarry long. The next day, that was Sunday, old Forrest come by with his rebel soldiers, and they stole Massa's fine mules. Massa had a fine pair of matched mules. They was iron gray, and he drove them to the carriage. Well, early next morning the feeder, he was Henry Nance, he come to our cabin and asked my father is he see Gaines and Fox. That's the mules. My father say no, they must be out in the grove, but he say no, he hunt, and he call, and he whistles for 'em, but he can't find 'em no place. They hunt some more, then they better go tell Massa. After a little, Massa say, "Henry and Andy, you don't need to go to the field this morning. They knows what that means, and they just sit there. Then Massa go out to the dogwood thicket, and he cut a bundle of switches, all he could carry. He take the men out to the barn lot, has them take off their shirts, and he wears out all those switches. Then he say if'n those mules not in the lot next Monday morning, they gonna get double the dose. Massa think they sell the mules to the soldiers and pocket the money. But by next Monday morning, my father and Henry Nance is in Memphis. They runned away. And the next time the Yankee soldiers come through there, old Uncle Elias took Massa's fine carriage and 2 mules, and him and 3 women escaped to Memphis. When the war is over, Massa call us all up and tell us we's free. He say to my mother, "Now, Sook," her name's Susan, but they all call her Sook. He say, "Now, Sook, you as free as I is, but we stay there just the same." And Massa, he writ to Memphis for my father to come back, but he don't come, so Massa go to Memphis to get him. Massa's got a eating cancer, and he want my father to come back. My father was always kind of a foreman. Massa'd tell him what he wanted this group of men to do, and what he wanted that group to do, and my father saw they done it. So when Massa goes for him, he comes back. In Memphis, he tells Massa he knows where one of his horses is what was stolen. Massa tells him, can he swear to it, he can have it. So my father goes to the law about that horse. They ask him, can he identify it, and he say it got a white star on its face and a white stocking on left hind foot. So he gets the horse. I was married 63 years ago, got the license out of Sardis. About 20 years ago, I went back there to visit, took some of my children, and showed them the church there at Fredonia, where we used to attend service. They were mostly pretty good to us down there, 'cause we never could go nowhere without a pass, or we'd get whooped. They had a doctor woman to take care of us when we was sick. Her name's Miss Ellen, and they's good and careful about women's when they's gonna have a baby. She was just given light work to do, 'cause they wanted big, healthy families. One time, there was Ku Klux come to the door. I never seed 'em, 'cause I runs and crawl under the bed, but I heard 'em say, "Please give me some water. I ain't had a drink since the Battle of Shiloh." Old Jeff Davis sure made it hard for the colored folks, but with Abe Lincoln and the grace of the Lord, we's all free now. End of section 50, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, September 29, 2025.
Section 51 of Slave Narratives, a Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, a Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 51, Wylie Miller. Interview with Wylie Miller, Cape Girardeau County, Missouri. I was going to be 83 come next November. My mammy's name was Easter. We belonged to old Massa Henry Miller, so we goes by the name of Miller. My daddy's name was Israel, and he belonged to a neighbor named Brown, so he go by the name of Brown. Old Mrs.'s name was Fronny, and they had 3 boys what went off to war. They live in a 2-story frame house that down close to Bloomfield. The first time we ever seed soldiers, they was a big crowd of 'em come up to our place. When us children seed 'em, we crawled under the house, white and black, all of us. The bluecoats look under there and they say, "Come out of there, you, or we'll kill all of you." We sure scared, but we crawls out. They didn't hurt us none, but they arrest old boss. They take him upstairs and ax him things. I expects they didn't do him no harm, but they kept him locked up. There was a fella hanging around here named Bolin, Naz Bolin. He was a bushwhacker, and we seed them bluecoats chase him across a 10-acre field, but they didn't catch him. And then they take all of the best meat in the smokehouse. We sure did hate to stand there and see 'em cut down all them good hams. And they had the women folk inside a-cooking for 'em, and a-baking bread. And the soldiers was all round the barn and the granaries, feeding our corn to the horses. When the soldiers left, my mammy and a fellow named Miller escape and go off with the soldiers. And then one time, the Seashees under Marmaduke came through there on the way to Cape. The bluecoats was camped at Round Pond, and there the rebel soldiers run into 'em, and that's where they had a big battle. The rebels never bother us none, nother 'cept just for gin. When the war was over, old Massa called us up to the front porch and tell us now the war is over and we is free. But it don't make much difference. We stays there just the same for a few years. Old Massa was always good to us colored folk, but for a spell he had an overseer. He was a Denmarker, and his name was Martindale, and he was tough. I remembers one night the Ku Kluxers came. They wants a drink of water. One man say, "Gimme some water. I ain't had no drink since the Battle of Shiloh." I had to carry water for him about as far as from here to across the street, and that man drink 5 big buckets full, and he say he want more. My young massa, Wes, he step up and tell him to leave here, and he say, "Wiley, don't you carry no more water." They don't want to go. They had on white gowns, button up the front with black buttons and masks on the faces. Young Wes, he had a pistol. He called it a Remington, and he just as soon shoot 'em as to say howdy do. So he tell 'em again, "Get out from here, I know you." Then they goes, but they say to me, "Boy, we don't want to catch you out at night." And didn't. End of section 51.
Section 52 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jacob McCormick. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 52. Interview with Louis Mundy, Hannibal, Missouri. Men growing weaker and wiser. Louis Mundy, now living on West Center Street, Hannibal, Missouri, was born in slavery on the farm of John Wright, 5 miles north of La Belle, Lewis County, Missouri. He has lived in Hannibal more than 30 years and has a wide acquaintance among both whites and colored people. The following is his story of his life. Mr. Wright had 11 slaves, my mother, and 10 of us children. Mr. Wright had 8 children. My father was owned by Billy Graves, whose farm was joined to the master's farm. I don't know where he come from, but mother was brought here by the Wrights from Virginia. Our master and mistress was good to us, but of course my own mother had to whip me often. She used a whip made from twisted buckbrush twigs, and it did sting. I worked in the fields most generally. When I was small, I rode one of the oxen and harrowed the fields. When I was about 10 or 11, I plowed with oxen. I plowed many times with a moldboard plow with an iron share on it. We never wanted for clothes very bad. We wore long shirts that reached to the knees until we was 12 or 14 years old. Them wool shirts sure was warm. We had one pair of shoes a year. Many times I done went after the cows barefoot when there was more than a foot of snow on the ground. It didn't seem to hurt me. I was toughened to it. After we was freed, Mother stayed with Master for about a year. Then she moved over toward Newark and worked out till she got straightened out so she could keep house for herself. I stayed there for a while longer until I got work on a farm at 50 cents a day. After a while, they paid me 75 cents a day. We didn't get nothing from our master after the war. I remember the Bowens, though, giving their slaves 80 acres of land. I remembers there was a Ku Klux Klan in the county, but they never bothered me none. I tended to my own business and never bothered nobody. I never was arrested in my life, and I never gives dead policemen no trouble. I got married when I was about 20 and settled in Jeddo in Knox County and worked on a farm. We had 2 children. One of them died years ago, and I am living here with my other daughter. After a while, we moved to Palmyra. I worked round on farms until about 1903. Then we moved here to Hannibal. I worked in the Burlington shops for 17 years, till they told me I was too old to work anymore. I is getting a pension now for more than a year. That sure enough helps a lot. I has voted ever since I was old enough. They used to tell me how to vote. I always belonged to the Baptist church and belongs to the Helping Hand Baptist now. My mistress belonged to the old-time Christian church, and I used to drive her to church with a bay mare she had. We used to sing, "I am bound for the promised land," and "Heart from the Tomb's mournful sound." My mother used to sing, "You all ought to have been there," "Roll, Jordan, roll," and "Do, Lord, do remember me." They don't sing them old songs no more. Mankind. The young folks nowadays ain't like we used to be. Why, in Monticello, they used to have a log jail, but nowadays got one made of stone and iron. They just can't hold 'em no more. I guess it's right that this world is growing weaker and wiser. But they young folks has a better chance. Look at they big fine schools they has now. They ought to get along better than they do. End of section 52.
Section 53 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 10. Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claudia Fernandes. Slaves Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves. Volume 10. Missouri Narratives. By United States Work Projects Administration. Section 53. Malinda Murphy. Interview with Malinda Murphy. Farmington, Missouri. Sent in by J. Tom Miles. Farmington, Missouri. I was born right here and was about 4 years old at the time of the war. We was owned by the Hills at Farmington. My mother plowed in the fields and hauled wood in the snow. We had no shoes and made track of blood in the snow. As little tots had to go all over the field and pick up feathers. The mistress would go along with a stick and say, "Here is another feather to pick up." When the soldiers came, we had a good meal. The soldiers had on blue coats, and when they came, we would be switching off the flies with a long pole with paper on the end. The soldiers would then say, "We don't need that. Come on and eat with us." We wore linen dresses and all slept together, and were about to keep warm. When the war was over, we was free to go, but the only thing we had was a few rags. So we walked to Wylie Mines, 24 miles north in Jefferson County. We walked it twice, 'cause we would carry a few rags, a little piece, and then go back after the rest. At Wylie Mines, we could make a little money digging ore and selling it to the store. The mines were on the surface, and Mother dug in the mines. After we had gone to Wylie Mines, Overton Hill, the son of the Hills, came up there and asked Mother where she had hid the money and silver during the war. She told him, but after 3 weeks he came back in a buggy and took Mother with him to the plantation, and she showed Overton where to dig closer to a cedar tree to find the money and silver. Margaret Nickens. Interview with Margaret Nickens, Hannibal, Missouri. Meg Preaches Thrift. Margaret Nickens, now living at 1644 Broadway, Hannibal, Missouri, was born in slavery on the farm of Pleasant McCain, about 6 miles from Paris in Morrow County, Missouri. She was a daughter of George Morrison and wife, slaves of Pleasant McCain. The following is her story as she told it. Mr. McCain was a rich slaveholder. His daughter, Georgia Ann, was married to Mr. Dawson and lived in Liberty, Clay County. When I was about 8 years old, the Dawsons come back to Paris to visit. They had 2 children, then so they took me as a nurse for the children. Mr. Dawson didn't believe in slaves, and he didn't want none. My mistress had only 1 slave, and to do the cooking, and she took me for to be the nurse. The baggage and slaves and other things they hauled in a covered wagon, and the white folks rode in a rockaway. When we was fixing to leave, there was a lot of people standing round. My mother had to stand there like I wasn't hers, and all she could say was, "Be a good girl, Margaret." When we was at Liberty, the first soldiers we seen was General Price's men, and later we seen lots of Union soldiers. The day that the slave was freed, Mr. Dawson told me that I was as free as he was, and that he brought me here, and he would take me back if I wanted to go. I said if I still have a mother and father, I wants to go to them. When we got back to Paris, my mistress Georgia Ann said, "Oh, that black good-for-nothing lazy gal. I should have left her at Liberty, but Mrs. Dawson would bring her." I didn't like her, 'cause she wasn't very good to me, and now I don't want to meet my mistress in either hell or heaven. I was about 11 years old then. We moved from there to Palmyra. My father split rails and built fences. They didn't have wire fences in those days. And shucked corn and worked on farms or whatever kind of job he could get to do. My father didn't get no land nor money, like some of the folks did. Most of the white folks was good to the slaves and didn't whip them unless they was sure naughty bad. My father come from Virginia and my mother from Kentucky when they was little. They never seen their parents no more. They watched for a long time among the colored people and asked who they was when they thought somebody looked like their parents, but never could find them. They was so small when they left, they didn't even remember their names. I have been working for the Colonel Dundolony and the Mahon families here in Hannibal for 3 generations, more than 60 years. I'm not working nowhere now, since Mr. Mahon died about 2 years ago. I am saving my money, what little I has, but the younger folks nowadays don't save anything. They just want a good time. I tell them to save for a rainy day, even if it's only an umbrella, because it will rain someday. Margaret Nickens is called Meg by her friends. She is about 85 years old and lives alone in a home that she owns. She heard and educated one daughter who taught school over a period of 40 years in the Negro Public School in Hannibal. The daughter died 8 years ago. End of section 53.
Section 54 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Eliza Overton. Eliza Overton, age 88. Interviews with Maggie Kennedy, John Franks, and Emma Bodie, Farmington, Missouri. Note: since Eliza Overton, an ex-slave, is now with her daughter, Mrs. Mamie Robinson, in Detroit, the following information was gained from interviews with Mrs. Overton's children, now living in Farmington. They are Mrs. Maggie Kennedy, age 66, John Franks, age 56, and Mrs. Emma Bodie, age 71. The oldest of the 3 children can recall life during these days, and the others recall stories told them by their parents. Our mother, Eliza, was born a slave in 1849 on the farm of her boss, Mr. Madden, in New Tennessee, St. Genevieve County, Missouri. Eliza's mother was also a slave. Mother was sold, with our grandmother, to John Kaufman of near Kaufman, Missouri, in St. Genevieve County. Mr. Kaufman had thousands of acres. He had 3 plantations, and one was at Libertyville, Missouri. He had about 200 slaves. The Negroes were taken from one plantation to the other, and our grandmother worked at all 3 places. Old man Kaufman was a mean old slaveholder. He were afraid of his slaves, and had someone else to do the whipping. They were rougher on my Aunt Eleanor, 'cause she were stubborn. They would punish the slaves severely for remembrance. They whooped him with a rawhide whoop and trace chains. Wilson Harris was whooped at a tree oncet, and when they got through, he said he would fight. They whooped him some more till he was weak and bleeding. The other slaves had to grease his shirt to take it off his back to keep from tearing off the flesh. We can go down there now and pick out trees where the slaves were tied and whipped. The trees died on the side where the slaves were tied. There are 3 trees on the Kaufman farm that I seen dead on one side, and some were in the yard. There is one close to the Hook Railroad station there. When John Kaufman was sick, he say he was going to ride Jap, a roan horse, into heaven. So he asked Gus to take good care of Jap. I know Kaufman didn't go to heaven, 'cause he died and left Jap here. Mr. Kaufman had a whole row of slave cabins. Our cabins were small, and we had a corded bed, trundle bed to slip under the big bed to save room, homemade split-bottom chairs, tin plates, wooden boxes, and a fireplace. John Kaufman gave us allowance of food. We had hogsheads and jowls. Many the times we ran short of food, so's one night Mother went out to where the hogs were. Mr. Kaufman had so many hogs, he didn't know how many he had. She had the water hot, and the hog were a long ways from Mr. Kaufman's house. So she hit a hog in the head with the axe and killed it. After killing it, she went to the cabin to get the water, and when she come back, one of the other slaves had stole the dead hog. So she hit another one in the head, and after fixing it, hid the hog under the puncheon floor of the cabin. This was done often. Mr. Kaufman used to kill about 100 hogs at one time, and then put them in the smokehouse. My mother would get the key to the smokehouse and load up and carry some meat home. My Aunt Comfort told the white boy to throw a knife at my mother. The boy hit my mother just above the eye, and then grandmother whooped Aunt Comfort for telling the white boys to do this. In every cabin there were fiddles, and on Sunday we could have a good time. One of the games we would play out in front of the cabin was Swing Old Liza Single. This here game was played by having 2 rows line up, and a man would dance up and down the line and swing each one. We would all sing and pat our hands and feet to keep time for the dance. There was some preaching going on in the cabins and out under the arbors on Saturday nights and Sunday. The preacher was a slave too. 2 songs that we remember they sung were "We'll Bow Around the Altar," "Whilst My Lord Answers Prayer," and "Get in the Chariot and Ride Right Along." Our father was also a slave of a Mr. Patterson, but he was treated well. When Mr. Patterson died, our father was willed to Mr. Patterson's daughter. Our father, Jacob Franks, was a trusted Negro and a teamster who drove from St. Genevieve to the plantation. He used to swim the river Ovasas with his team. He'd bring back things from St. Genevieve that were hard to get. Salt was hard to get at this time. Our mother, Eliza, married Jacob Franks when she was 16 years old, just after she was free. She was always rather puny and was worth very little as a slave. Oncet she was sold with 3 others and brought only $50. Our mother has 5 children living, 19 great-grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren, Paul Evans 6 and Andres 3. Our father died 43 years ago, and our mother married a Mr. Overton, and he is also dead now. A Mr. Jones bought our aunt and took her to Shelby County, Missouri. Our aunt had 2 children by Mr. Jones. One of them was so white that Mr. Jones couldn't sell him for a slave. When the slaves were freed, we were told to go anywhere we pleased. Fortunately, Mother married at Oncet, but others did not care to leave their way of living, because they had no money, no homes, and did not know how to do their own work. But Jim Blackwell, who had been a slave for John Kaufman, saved up a lot of food in his cabin, and then, when he was freed, he went out in the woods and built him a home of his own. He cut down the trees and made his cabin there and lived. I hear a woman stand up and say, "We would be better off today in slavery." I say, "Why?" She say, "You would have to look after nothing of your welfare." If that's what she were talking about, I said, my father was 10 years old before he put on a pair of pants. He had to wear wooden shoes and a tow shirt. I would not live 24 hours being a slave now. I would not have stood it with my temper. End of section 54, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, November 7, 2025. Section 55 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Delicia and Wylie Patterson, Lucinda. Interview with Delicia Patterson, St. Louis, Missouri. Delicia had some temper. The subject of this sketch is Delicia and Wylie Patterson, better known as Lucinda Patterson, 92 years of age, and lives in a 3-room kitchenette apartment at 2847 Delmar Boulevard, apartment 103. The old woman is a very neat little brown-skinned, white-haired person. She lives alone in her neatly furnished snug little quarters. When the writer introduced herself and asked for an interview, Lucinda seemed rather peeved, and she said, "I'm hot and mad because the landlord sent the paper hanger here and started to clean up my apartment, then come and taken him away before he finished because I am old. I got plenty temper and I been sick, and when I get mad I get sick all over again. I turned off the radio because I don't want nobody talking to me, and I don't want to talk to nobody. I've told my history enough. I don't want to tell it no more anyhow, and especially today the way I feel." But she seemed too good a subject to let go on with a merely perturbed mood, so I visited with her until she was in good humor, and very willingly gave me the following story. I was born in Boonville, Missouri, January 2, 1845. My mother's name was Maria, and my father's was Jack Wiley. Mother had 5 children, but raised only 2 of us. I was owned by Charles Mitchell until I was 15 years old. They were fairly nice to all of their slaves, and they had several of us. I only got whipped once in the whole 15 years there, and that was because I was working in the garden with one of my owner's daughters, and I pulled up something that she did not want pulled up, so she up and slapped me for it. I got so mad at her, I'd taken up a hoe and run her all the way in the big house, and of course I got whipped for that. I did not even have to sleep in the cabins. I slept on a pallet in the bedroom with old master's children. I was a pet anywhere I worked, because I was always very neat and clean and a good worker. When I was 15 years old, I was brought to the courthouse, put up on the auction block to be sold. Old Judge Miller from my county was there. I knew him well, because he was one of the wealthiest slave owners in the county, and the meanest one. He was so cruel, all the slaves and many owners hated him because of it. He saw me on the block for sale, and he knew I was a good worker, so when he bid for me, I spoke right out on the auction block and told him, "Old Judge Miller, don't you bid for me, 'cause if you do, I would not live on your plantation. I will take a knife and cut my own throat from ear to ear before I would be owned by you." So he stepped back and let someone else bid for me. My own father knew I was up for sale, so he brought his owner to the sale for him to buy me so we could be together. But when father's owner heard what I said to Judge Miller, he told my father he would not buy me because I was sassy, and he never owned a sassy nigger and did not want one that was sassy. That broke my father's heart, but I couldn't help that. Another nigger trader standing right beside my father's owner said, I wouldn't own a nigger that didn't have some spunk. So I was sold to a southern Englishman named Thomas B. Steele for $1,500. He had an old slave he had in his home for years as their housekeeper, and his wife did not like her, and he had to sell her to keep peace at home, so he put me in his buggy and taken me home to his wife and told her, I bought you another girl, Susiana, but I don't want you to lay the weight of your finger on her when she disobeys. Let me know, and I will punish her myself. I lived in that family until after the Civil War was over. Mr. Steele's wife's people had a big family, and they visited the Steeles a great deal. Mr. Tom didn't like them because they were Yankees, and the Steeles were Union. So one time Mr. Tom was going away on a trip, and he knew when he was gone, his wife would have all of her folks in the home visiting, and that was against his wishes. He told me to keep tab on every time her relatives come to the house, and how long they stayed, and tell him when he come back home, and that he would leave orders in the home to let me work in the field, so I would not have to bother with that great big family. When he left, all his wife's folks come right down on our plantation, so I had to work in the house for them so hard I did not have time to even look at the field. When old boss come home, I told him I had not worked in the field and why. Him and his wife had a big fight about that, and she hated me for a long time, and said the idea of her husband taking a nigger's word to hers and mistreat her on account of it. But he did not let her bother me about nothing, so I stayed on with them until one day, while I had a fly brush in my hand fanning flies while they ate, she told him something I done she didn't like. Just to please her, he taken the fly brush out of my hand and just tapped me with it. It didn't hurt me a bit, but it made me so mad I just went straight to the kitchen, left all the dishes, put on my sunbonnet, and ran away. I stayed 2 weeks. He sent everybody he thought knew where I was after me, and told them to tell me if I would only come on back home, no one would ever bother me any more. I hid in the woods that whole 2 weeks and was not afraid. I would be afraid out in those woods now, but I wasn't then. At night I would come up to some of the slave cabins who were my friends and eat and stay all night. So I went back home after my 2 weeks off as a runaway nigger, and no one ever bothered me any more either. I came to St. Louis with them during the Civil War. When freedom was declared, Mr. Steele told me that I was as free as he was. He said I could leave them if I pleased, or could stay, that they wanted me and would be glad to have me if I would stay, and his wife said, "'Course she is our nigger. She is as much our nigger now as she was the day you bought her 2 years ago and paid $1,500 for her." That made me mad, so I left right then, since she was so smart. Her husband told her, "Now, Sue, you might as well face it. There are no more slaves and won't ever be any more, regardless of how much we paid for them. So, just quiet yourself down. She don't have to stay here if she don't want to. But till this day, some of their children come to visit me, but they never give me anything ever." I hired myself out to a family named Miller's at $3 a week, and lived on the place. I had a baby about 3 years old. I married before the war, and when my baby was 2 weeks old, they'd taken my husband in the Army. He died in the Army. I worked for the Millers about 11 months. One day, Mrs. Miller misplaced her silver thimble, and she accused me of stealing it. She did not tell me that, but she told the white nurse girl, and the nurse told me. I got so mad at her for that, 'cause I never stole anything in my whole life, and never been accused of stealing, so I quit. They begged me to stay, and offered to raise my salary. I told them I would not work for anyone who felt I would steal. The very next day, she found her thimble in the nursery, where she remembered she put it herself, but forgot about it at the time. She thought it was lost. I don't know what the ex-slaves expected, but I do know they didn't get anything. After the war, we just wandered from place to place, working for food and a place to stay. Now and then we got a little money, but a very little. I only voted once in my life, and that was when working for Mr. Gerhardt. He was a real estate dealer, and he'd taken me to the polls and showed me how to vote for a Republican president. It has been so long ago, I don't even remember who the president was, but I do know he got elected. I think the time will soon be when people won't be looked on as regards to whether you are black or white, but all on the same equality. I may not live to see it, but it is on the way. Many don't believe it, but I know it. My father's owner's children used to take my father in their basement and teach him to read in a blue-back spelling book. I never got any education. My English is good because I boarded all the first Negro school teachers and Negro principals St. Louis ever had for years. Charlie Brown, the late Hutchinson Inge, Clarice Hubbard, William Turner, and Charles Newton, the old pioneer Negro teachers, had their meals in my home. I had a lovely home and have lived well in my time right here in St. Louis. I am a member of Central Baptist Church and been there for years. I think this young generation should advance much faster than they do. Their advantages are very good, but they don't seem to be appreciative of them. If I would have had their chance in my day, I really would make good use of it and improve every moment of my life. Charlie Brown started me to attending night school, but I couldn't keep my mind on my studies. I was always thinking of home and my business. I was afraid the girl that helped would forget to grind the coffee for breakfast, or fail to put everything on the table for breakfast next morning. Many of the teachers had a great ways to go and had to have an early start, and I could not afford to be using the time in the morning doing the things that should be done at night. I always believed in doing things as they should be done, on time. That's why my services were valuable any place I worked, whether as a slave or free, and I still stand by that idea. I have done laundry work so satisfactory that I got $5 for doing up one white dress, 50 cents each for embroidery skirts, and 25 cents apiece for vests. I never did work for nothing but wealthy white people. End of section 55, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, November 8, 2025.
Section 56 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Marilda Pethy. Interview with Marilda Pethy, Montgomery City, Missouri. Sold at 6 weeks old. Marilda Pethy, a former slave now living in Montgomery City, Missouri, is a coal-black woman with distinctly Negroid features. Her voice and manner of speaking are vividly reminiscent of the Negro of the Old South. She lives with her daughter, Polly, and numerous grandchildren whom she tries to rule with an iron hand. This does not work so well with the younger generation, which largely disregards the irate old woman. All this lends quite an air of belligerency to the tumble-down building that houses them. Polly and Marilda sat in the shade of a mulberry tree where the former was ostensibly doing her washing, not far from the big iron kettle where she heated her water. "Yes'm, I sure remembers dem days," Marilda replied as the questioning began. "Why, I seen people handcuffed together and driv along de Williamsburg road like cattle. Dey was bought to be took south. I had 2 brothers and 2 sisters sold, and we never did see dem no more. I was born in 1857, April 1st, on a farm 2 miles south of Williamsburg, on a farm dat belonged to William Hayes. My mother was Louisa Hayes from Memphis. She never seen her mother or father and didn't know her name, so she just went by de white folks' name. You know dat's how dey done in dem days with names. She never had no brothers or sisters here. She was sold when she was 6 weeks old. Father, he belonged to Billy Martin, and he was Sam Martin. He run off to de war 'cause he was tired of being whipped and slashed. So he just run off and joined de army. I was sold with mother when I was 6 weeks old. We went back to see de old place after we was free. Dat place has been sold and torn down. It had a tall white double log house. Dere was 3 cabins. It was a large place. De John Bain place, dey calls it de Jeff Jones place, 10 miles north of Williamsburg, had de same kind of a house, but dey just had 2 cabins. De Bain place was not so large, but dey had a right smart of land. We done right well. Dey give us cornbread and buttermilk in a tin can. We crumbled de cornbread up in de buttermilk, and dat's all we ever had to eat. Yes'm, we generally had 'nuff. Well, on Sunday mornings we had biscuits made out of dis stuff dat dey fed cows. Shorts, dat's it. We had biscuits made of shorts and sorghum. Dey was plenty of it. We had meat once in a while. Dey was dead oodles of prairie chickens and partridges den, but de wild pigeons was hard to kill. We never did get none of dat meat. Christmas never meant no more to us den any other day. Dey give mother sorghum and shorts to make ginger snaps. Dey had a big black log in de fireplace and a forestick, and we used to put de wood in between. It was my job to take care of de dog irons. Dey was kept shinin' with grease. De missus would say, "Marilda, grease de dog irons." I had to grease dem all over, too. I taken care of de children. Mother done everything. They had 2 cooks, but both of dem do all kinds of work. Mother was de regular cook for Mrs. Hayes. Old Miss sold de other 4 children and sent 'em south. Mother and me brought $1,200. When I was 9 or 10 years old, I was put up on de block to be sold. I 'member dat just as well. Hit was just a piece cut out of a log and stood on end. They was offered $600, but my mistress cried so much dat master did not sell me. Freedom come soon after dat. I often wished dat some of de younger race had lived through that time. Dey wouldn't have been so sassy and impudent as dey is now. De older people 'd have done somethin' 'bout it too. Marilda's tone and facial expression left no doubt as to what the older people would have done. Dey was a battle on Freeman up on Grand Prairie. Dat's northwest of Williamsburg, up where de Maddocks and Harrisons lived. It was right where de Ridgways and de Joneses lived. Dey was fightin' in de evening, and dey fit all night. I took de baby upstairs on de porch and listened to de fighting. Rally once again, boys, rally once again. Boom, boom, bang, bang, boom. Marilda was equal to at least one army. Dey walked in blood for miles. Dey took de best horses dat old master had. 'Bout 500 soldiers came to de house and ordered supper. Dere was a tall log smokehouse, and dey went right up to de tip-top and got de hams. De middlins and de shoulders was lower, but dey got de hams. De women worked all night and day, got through cookin' 'bout daylight. What did dey cook? Why, dey fried ham, made biscuits, and fried eggs. If de soldiers wanted a chicken, dey just killed it, and someone cooked it for dem. I ain't never seen no one have so many chickens. De soldiers cussed de slaves like dogs. Dey was de Union soldiers, de blue coats. When de soldiers come, de men folks just got up and flew. Dey taken to de woods. De soldiers came to get master's money, and dey hunted everywhere. Dey asked me, where is de money? I say, I don't know. Dey say, you know d'n well you do. I've a notion to cut your throat. I knowed where it was, 'cause I seen master when he done hid it, but he told me he would whip me to death if I told, and I thought de soldiers was foolin', but master meant it. De soldier said, here it is necessary to delete some of the most colorful words, she is one of de stubbornest little black I ever seen. I've a notion to cut her throat. Marilda evidently enjoyed her reputation for stubbornness. Another man say, maybe she don't know. Children don't know things like dat. I wouldn't hurt her. So dey went away. Dat was de truth. De children don't know everything den they does now. Dey knows so much now. De morning we was set free, we didn't have nothing. Mother had 3 little children and no place to go. De white folks told dem to git way from here, and we come on down to Williamsburg. We walked down de road in de snow, mother and de 3 little children. We went to de old mistress, and mother asked her could we find some place to stay. She said, yes, Louisa, I'll take care of you and de children. I would not have turned you out of doors. She sure was good to us. I seen people turned across barrels and whipped. Dey was whipped 'cause de white people was mean. Sometimes dey tied dem to trees and whipped 'em. Dey didn't have no clothes on at all. Dey was just like they come into the world. Dey used a cowhide as big as my finger. It was made of 2 strips twisted together and was keen at de end. De master whipped when he could. When he couldn't do it, he called in de neighbors, till you'd think there was a meetin'. De poor darkies had a hard time. The patrollers, accent on the first syllable, used black snake whips. Dey was a lot of de neighbors dat were patrollers. When dey would meet de colored men out at night, dey would ask dem if dey had a pass. If dey didn't, de patrollers would get off de horses and whip dem. De colored men would slip out at night sometimes for a little pleasure. My daddy got tired of being whipped, and he put out. He was gone clean away. De Ku Klux Klan came out and run de colored people away from home. Many a colored woman came to mother's house in de middle of de night with clothes covered with ice and snow to de waist, and carrying her baby in her arms, 'cause dey ran her away from home. We knowed who de men was. We'd hear dem say, are you going out tonight? Yes, I's got a little cluckin' to do. Goin' cluckin', huh! Marilda fairly snorted with indignation, and in some subtle way gave the impression that she did not approve of Klansmen. Dose men would bust de door down and run de people out. run some of dem clean away. Dey was one colored man named McPherson dat told dem not to come pesterin' round his cabin. Dey come anyhow, and he shot wid a double-barreled shotgun. He killed a white man, too. Of course, he had to leave his home. He went to Illinois, and I ain't never seen him since. Mother hired us out to Mr. Billy Arnold to buy a lot in Williamsburg, and we built a little house dat was our home. I stayed dere till I married Henry Pethy, and we went to the old Kidwell place south of Williamsburg. We lived dere 25 years. He worked for Taylor Arnold feeding cattle and mules. We had 11 children. 4 girls and 1 boy is still living. There are 3 girls and 1 boy dead. Marilda's arithmetic may be faulty, but it is excusable, for she does not read or write. My pension is a lot of help. I had a real nice garden, but it's 'bout burned up now. Dese children think I's too old to plant dat garden, but I'll show dem. I can't do it all in one day, but I can do it. I never went to no parties. Mother used to go, but I better not look like I want to go. Dere's some people here in town dat can tell you lots 'bout slavery. Have you seen Albert Jones? End of section 56.
Section 57 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mama Fish of San Antonio, Texas. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Susan Rhodes. She members Stars Falling. Susan Davis Rhodes, more than 100 years old, a resident of St. Louis, lives at 915 O'Fallon Street in the rear with her married daughter, Susie West. Susan is less than 5 feet tall, weighs about 135 pounds, and has mixed gray curly hair. Her memory and eyesight are exceptionally good for her years. Her small 3-room quarters are located in a very dilapidated old brick building in the slum area of St. Louis. Seated on her back porch, she cheerfully told the following story of her experiences. I was born in Jones County, North Carolina, more than 100 years ago. I don't know exactly how old I is, but going by the count, I got on my children, their ages, and the war, and I even members the Stars Fallen. I do know I's more'n 100, but how much more, I can't tell you that. My mother's name was Teeny Jones, and my father's was Lot Davis. I remember 15 of my mother's children, but she had a heap more of 'em than that. I just don't remember 'em all. I am the mother of 10 children myself. I got 6 living children, 11 living grandchildren, and so many living great and great-great-grandchildren, I can't commence to count 'em. My first owner's name was Marse Edward Davis, and his wife's name was Miss Susie, and I was the nurse girl, waitress, and housemaid all my slave days. I was a good nigger, and I never did get whipped much. I never did get no education in books neither, but did have common sense education and knew how to treat folks. People in my day didn't know book learning, but they studied how to protect each other and save 'em from such misery as they could. They didn't study trash and filth like this new day generation. I 'members when the stars fell. I tried to catch some of 'em, but I couldn't. I seed in a dream a long time ago, honey, that one of these United States presidents was going to send folks around to get some of us slaves living to tell about our lives way back yonder, 'cause they wants to know about it from us ourselves, and not what somebody else wants to say. And, course, the president was not old enough hisself to know, and he wants to learn the truth about it all for hisself. And he's right, honey. Yes, he is. I 'member well when the war first broke out, the slave owners taken the little niggers from their mammies and hide 'em in all kind of places from the Yankees. So, when the old niggers get their freedom, the white folks would have the children for slaves, and they wouldn't know nothing about freedom. But the Yankees was smart enough to find out about that and freed us children and all. I 'member well when they took Richmond, Virginia. I was nursing old Mrs. Baby, and she just hollered and cried 'cause she thought the Yankees done killed her husband. I was worse than her. I thought they done killed everybody, and me too. I just was too scared to die. All them soldiers coming in there so mad they didn't know what to do. And neither did we. Lord, I was glad when that was done. Them old Ku Klux folks and them old hoods would catch us and beat us so bad. Them was the meanest folks in all the world, I do know. We sure did hate them folks. They run off every one of my brothers. Then there was them nigger dogs. I guess you sure done heard about them. They get on the niggers' tracks and run 'em down every time. Then my old miss told my sister that all the niggers was free now, go for herself, but she was going to keep the two youngest niggers. That was me and my baby sister. I don't know how old I was, but I was big enough to do any kind of work most. But my sister stole us away. A white woman in another county hired my sister and gave her railroad fare to come to her place. My sister rolled up 3 of our baby sisters like a bundle in a quilt and told them don't move or cry, and as soon as she could unroll 'em and let 'em have some air, she would. So she got on the train with them 3 little niggers in a bundle and toted 'em up under her arms like they was her clothes and belongings, and put 'em under her seat on the train. The bundle was so big, every time the conductor passed, it was in the way, and he would kick it out of his way. Sister protected them the best she could. Soon as he passed, she opened it and let him have some air. When she see him coming back, she wrap him up again. They was all sure glad to get off that train. They had all been kicked so much and doesn't holler. So the white lady was mighty nice. She let us all stay there till we could do better. Sister didn't have money enough to pay all us fare, and she didn't want to leave us, and we didn't want her to leave us. So that was the best she could do. After a while, she found our mother and daddy, and they sent for us. My grandfather hid under the hills in the woods, hiding to keep from going to the war. They never did find him neither, but the boys all fought. After the war was over, my father worked on farms, till he had made money enough to lease a piece of land at Fort Macon, North Carolina. I stayed there with him until he was mustered out. I reckon I was 25 years old when I married. I don't know exactly. I farmed the whole time I was raising my children, clear up till I come up here to St. Louis, and that was over 20 years ago. My daughter Susie, I'm living here with her, lost her husband 5 years ago. She has worked at the nut factory ever since she has been here, till her health failed her. She is like me now. Neither one of us is no count, can't do nothing but sit here to home. One of my nephews, Sanders Randall, is working on a WPA job, doing the best he can for us. The other nephew, Freeman Hollister, can't get nothing to do. The relief helped us some, about 18 months, that's all. I just look at this new generation, drinking and throwing parties every night, on their way to hell with their eyes wide open. It's a pity, ain't no hopes for 'em. Their heads is too hard. I voted a Republican ticket one time in my life, many years ago. That was the only time I recollect voting. I don't even remember the man I voted for. We old slaves used to love to sing. When I can read my titles clear to mansions in the sky, I'll bid farewell to every tear, and wipe my weeping eyes. Should earth against my soul engage, and fiery darts be hurled, then can I smile at Satan's rage, and face a frowning world. Let cares like a wild deluge come, and storms of sorrow fall. May I but safely reach my home, my God, my heaven, my all. There shall I bathe my weary soul in seas of heavenly rest, and not a wave of trouble roll across my peaceful breast. 'Tis faith supports my feeble soul in times of deep distress. When storms arise and billows roll, great God, I trust thy grace. Thy powerful arm still bears me up, whatever grieves befall. Thou art my life, my joy, my hope, and thou my all in life. Bereft of friends, beset with foes, with dangers all around, to thee I all my fears disclose. In thee my help is found. In every want and every strait, to thee alone I fly. When other comforters depart, thou art forever nigh. Oh, that I knew the secret place where I might find my God. I'd spread my wants before his face and pour my woes abroad. My God will pity my complaints and heal my broken bones. He takes the meaning of his saints, the language of their groans. Arise, my soul, from deep distress, and banish every fear. He calls thee to his throne of grace, to spread thy sorrows there. We used to steal off to the woods and have church, like the Spirit moved us, sing and pray to our own liking and soul satisfaction, and we sure did have good meetings, honey. Baptized in the river like God said. We had them Spirit-filled meetings at night on the bank of the river, and God met us there. We was quiet enough so the white folks didn't know we was there, and what a glorious time we did have in the Lord. I am a member of St. Douglas Baptist Church on Laclede Avenue. They is the foot-washing Baptists. End of section 57.
Section 58 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jacob McCormick. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves. Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 58, Charlie Richardson. Interview with Charlie Richardson, Webb City, Missouri. Well, Charlie, let us sit right down here on this bench and chat a while. Mr. Hal M. Wise, editor of The Sentinel, here in Webb City, told me about you. You won't mind if I ask you a few personal questions about the days of slavery, will you? No, sir, I'd be glad to tell you anything I know. Thank you, Charlie. The first thing I would like to ask is your name Charles, Charlie, or Charlie? Everybody calls me Charlie. Where were you born, Charlie? I was born at Warrensburg, Missouri. What year were you born in, Charlie? They always said I was born in March. Didn't never give no day, just March. How old were you when the Civil War broke out? I don't remember exactly, but I were 7, they said. How old are you now? The old aid pension man said I was 86 this year. Now, Charlie, please give me the name of your parents and where they came from. My ma's name was Ann Smith the first time, 'cause my pappy was Charlie Smith. Then my pappy died, and my ma married a man named Charlie Richardson. He was my step-pappy, so I took his name. Both my own pappy and my step-pappy were just plain Negroes, and born in Warrensburg, But my ma was a Black Hawk Indian girl, kinder light in color and purty. Her ma was full-blooded Black Hawk, and she married to Granddaddy Richard Dowell, which was my ma's name 'fore she married. Tell me, Charlie, did you have any brothers or sisters? Yes, sir. I had 2 sisters and 5 brothers, but none ain't here now. Describe your home and quarters the best you can. Log cabins, that's what they was, all in a row, piles of them. They was made of good old Missouri logs daubed with mud, and the chimney was made of sticks daubed with mud. Our beds was poles nailed to sticks standing on the floor with cross sticks to hold the straw ticks. How did most of you cook? In the cabins or in the big house? Most of the Negroes cooked in the cabins, but my mommy was a house girl and lots of times fetched my breakfast from the master's house. Most of the Negroes, though, cooked in or near the cabins. They mostly used dog irons and skillets, but when they went to boil anything, they used tin buckets. What food did you like best, Charlie? I mean, what was your favorite dish? It warn't no dish. It were just plain hoe cake mostly. No dishes or dish like we has nowadays. No, sah. This here hoe cake was plain old white cornmeal battered with salt and water. No grease. Not much grease. Just enough to keep it from sticking. This here hoe cake was fried just like flapjacks, only it were not. Not flapjacks, I mean. When we didn't have hoe cake, we had ash cake. Same as hoe cake, only it was boiled. Made of cornmeal, salt, and water, and a whole shuck, with the end tied with a string. We never had no flapjacks in the cabins. No, sir. Flapjacks was something special for only Marster Matt Warren and the missus. That makes me remember a funny story about the flapjacks. My mom brought some flapjack stuff down to the cabin one day. You know, just swiped it from the house where she worked. Well, Ma was frying away to get me something special, like when she hears the missus coming with her parrot. So, Ma hides them flapjacks right quick. Soon the missus come in our cabin and was talking to my mommy, when that crazy old parrot, he began to get fussy, like something was wrong. He were a smart parrot, and outside, generally called us all niggers. Well, sir, he kept squawking, and the missus kept saying, shut up, what's the matter with you? Pretty soon, the missus go over to sit in a chair Ma had with a big pad in it. And before the missus could sit down, that crazy parrot began to yell, "Look out, man, it's hot. Look out, look out." The missus turned to my ma and said, "What's the matter here?" My ma answered, "'Tain't nothing the matter, missy." And then that fool parrot hollows out again, "It's hot, it's hot." And sure enough, the missus, she gets a peek at flapjacks sticking through under the pad where Ma hid them. And Ma almost got a good licking for that. That parrot could out-talk Marster Warren, and wouldn't eat anything we would give him 'cause he was afraid of being poisoned by his niggers. They used to tie him out in the field to watch the Negroes at work, and when he went in the house at night, Ma said he would hollow and yell the most unholy lies about those niggers and what they tried to do to him. Sometime we'd get him to drink some whey milk the marster had given us when it was so sour it would make a hog squeal. A parrot would call us some awful names for doing that. What clothing did the older boys and men wear, Charlie? Big boys and grown folks wore jeans and domestic shirts. Us little kids wore just a gown. In the winter time, we wore the same, only with brogans with the brass toes. You said a while ago that they gave you whey milk. That's a very poor grade of milk, isn't it? Yes, sir. It's the poorest kind of poor milk. It ain't even milk. It's what's left behind when the milk is gone. And coffee. How about coffee? Didn't you have any coffee to drink? We has coffee sometime, but it were made of burned cornmeal. Once in a while, the slaves, while making coffee for Master Matt out of the wheat, would burn a pan purposely, and he would give it to them to make coffee with. That was pretty good coffee. Sometime they got whooped for burning it, 'cause he knowed they burned it too much for his coffee on purpose, just so they'd get it. Now, Charlie, you said you were born in Warrensburg, Missouri. Were you born on Matt Warren's place? Yes, sir. How many slaves did Mr. Warren have? 150. I understand they sold off attractive women slaves and husky men. How is it they didn't sell your mother? She were a house girl, purty and light in color, so they wanted to keep her for that job. Did they sell your father? Yes, sir, they did. That is, they sold my step-poppy as my own poppy was dead. Speaking about your step-poppy being sold reminds me. They say that the expression selling slaves on the block is not true. That is, not always true. We never had no block on Matt Warren's place. We called it putting 'em on the stump. But the stump were neither block nor stump. It were a box, big wooden box. I have heard it said that some slaves brought big prices. Tell me, if you will, how much your step-poppy was sold for. Well, sir, there was some buyers from South Texas was after to buy my step-poppy for 2 years running, but the marster would never sell him. So one time they comes up to our place at buying time. That was about once every year. And while buying the other slaves, they asked Matt Warren if he wanted to sell my step-poppy, 'cause he was sure enough worker in the field, the best man he had, and he could do more work than 3 ordinary men. But the master tried to get rid of that buyer again by saying I don't take no old offer of 2,000 for Charlie, and I won't sell under 2,055. The buyer said right quick like, sold right here. So that's how he came to leave us, and we never seed him again. Like to broke my mommy up, but that's the way we slaves had it. We didn't let ourselves feel too bad, 'cause we knowed it would come that way sometime. But my ma, she liked that Charlie, and she filled it most. We always knowed when they was going to sell, 'cause they would let them lay around and do nothing, just feed them and get fat. They even smeared their faces with bacon rind to make them look greasy and well fed afore the sale. They never had no grease to eat, only now and then Matt Warren, he makes it look like them niggers is well fed and cared for. The buyers would stick pins in them and examine their teeth like horses. By the way, Charlie, what kind of jails did they have in those days? They never had no jails. Your back was the jail. When you done something serious, Master Matt Warren called in the whoopers, and they made your back bleed and then rubbed salt into the skin. After that, they chained you to a tree and let you suffer. What did you do as a child around the place? I carried in the water and wood to the missus' house and helped Ma. What time did you all get up in the morning? A big bell hanging in the center of all the cabins rang at 4 a.m., and then most of the grown folks worked from dawn till 11 at night. We never had no Saturdays off like they do now, nor no Sundays off neither. What kind of a house did the master live in? The master, he have a very fine home, about 10 rooms, built of common brick. It were a very purty house, great big, like. What did you do, Charlie, after work at night? Mostly go to bed. We kids did early, but I wake up lots of times and hear my ma and pappy praying for freedom. They do that many times. I hear it said that Abraham Lincoln hears some slaves praying at a sneaked meeting one time, asking the good Lord for freedom. And it is believed that Abraham Lincoln told them that if he were president, he would free them. Did you ever play any games or dance any? No games, no play, only work. We had to be mighty careful we didn't use a pencil or any paper or read out where the master could see us. He would sure lick us for that. What do you think of Abraham Lincoln? I think he were the greatest man in the world. Do you remember much about the war, Charlie? Not very much. I was only 7 then, but I remembers that those bushwhackers came to steal my master's money, but he wouldn't tell where he hid it. Said he didn't have any. They said he was telling a lie, 'cause no man could have so many slaves and not have some money. He did have 150 slaves, but he wouldn't tell where the money was hid. So they burned his feet, but he still wouldn't tell them where he had hid it in the orchard. No, sah, he just didn't tell. Them bushwhackers, though, were not so bad as them Union soldiers. They took all our horses and left us old, worn-out nags. Even took my horse I used to ride. What was the first thing you done after the war was over and you found yourself free, Charlie? We rented right next farm and rented land from Buck Towers and farmed till Ma died. Then I went to Fayetteville and worked at odd jobs there a while. I worked, too, on the Fayetteville College building. I stayed around Fayetteville 40 years. I was married when I first went there to a light-colored woman, a Cherokee Indian. We had 7 children, all girls. Only one is living now. She is the one I live with in Webb City, Missouri. I don't live with my wife now. My daughter's name is Mrs. Sam Cox. Her husband, Sam Cox, works at a garage in Webb. They have 7 children, too. 2 girls, 5 boys, all living. When I was married, I was a coachman and wore my coach clothes. Big hat, black double-breasted flat-tail coat, and black broadcloth pants. My shoes were low and had beads all over the front. I look like Booker T. Washington, and I like him most next to Abraham Lincoln. I used to work for Judge Brown in Fayetteville as coachman. Then I come here and worked for Mrs. Louise Corn of Webb City for 13 years. I ain't working now. Only firing the boiler for the First National Bank in winter time. My son-in-law, Sam Cox, he works at the bank on the side and I help him a little. Mostly, I'm just a man about town. Now, tell me in passing, Charlie, do you remember any men passing through your place in Warrensburg looking for escaped slaves? Yes, I remember some tough men driving like mad through our place many times, with big chains rattling. We called them slave hunters. They always came in big bunches, 5 and 6 together on horseback. Patrollers, they was. They were almost as bad to us as them outlaws who used to come by and eat up all Marse Warren's chickens. There was some Texas bad man, too. John Reed, the Webb boys, and little Preston Smith. But I'm sure glad it's all over now. But we didn't get nothing out of it like we expected. We thought they was going to divide up the farms and give us some of it. No, sah. They was so mad at us for being freed that they got rid of us as soon as they could, and we was only too glad to go. I gets a small old age pension now and live purty quiet like. But I tell you, sah, times ain't like they used to be. These yer young negroes, I don't think so much of anyhow. End of section 58.
Section 59 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 59, Madison Frederick Ross. Interview with Madison Frederick Ross, Commerce, Missouri. I was born just 90 years ago, 2½ miles south of Commerce in Scott County. My father and mother was Jack and Mary Ross. Old Master James Ross was a kind old man, always good to his colored folk. Old Missus died 'fore I was born, and then there was young Masters James Jr., John, and William. Young Miss Frances married Joe Anderson. There was about 600 acres in the home place and 100 acres in the other farm. Old Master had 25 or 30 slaves, and we had 8 cabins built on 3 sides a square, with the big house on the other side. It was a big house, white with porches upstairs and down. There was lots of fruit trees around the house, peaches, plums, pears, apples, and there was hollyhocks grown all around the yard. Our cabin was just one room with a big fireplace at one end. There was always a big kettle hanging in the chimney and one of them iron ovens a-setting on the hearth. There was 5 in our family, and we had one big bed and a trundle bed that'd roll under the outer bed like that. Feather beds? Phew, yes, sir. We had the biggest feather beds. You should seen the big flock of geese we had. Hey, I was thinking about how us children always crawled under the house to gather the goose eggs. The geese always laid under the house, and we'd crawl around under there and get 'em, and when we was backing out, the old gander 'd catch us and flog us. Many's the time he'd whammed the seat of our pants. Somehow the children was scared of old Massa. I don't know why, 'cause he never hit none of us. Massa was tall and thin, and if we was sitting around playing and he come along, we'd jump up and run, and if we'd have looked back, then there he'd stand, just shaking with laughing. I expect he thought it was funny to have us scared. Every morning about 10 o'clock, and every afternoon about 3, all the children had to have their lunch. You know what compone is? That's the best bread. Just make a sort of hole in the hot embers and then pour it in and cover it with more hot coals. And when it's done, just wash it off a bit. That sure was good bread. Well, each one of us children had to have a corn pone, and there was about 30 of us, and each take a 10-pint cup and follow the milk woman to the spring house, and she'd fill our cups, and that was our lunch, twice every day. As a boy, I tended the cows and such like, and built the fires in the fireplaces. Later, they let me plow, and I thought I sure had a big job. I was so proud, I didn't want to stop for dinner. High buck, low dough was one of the games us boys used to play. My grandfather was mostly Indian, and he used to go out into the woods and stay for days at a time. Old Master always called him Old Yellow Abe, but one time he ran away, crossed the river over here and went up to Canada. He used to write to Old Master, and he'd read the letters to us. My father was the shoemaker, made all the shoes for the white folks and us too. We bought the leather from the tanyard at the edge of town, and we'd sell them tan bark. My mother was one of the weavers. The loom and spinning wheels was in a separate house. I used to watch the big warping bar go round and round and wish I could ride on it, but I never did. We had church for the colored folks, and lots of white folks would always come and listen to the preaching. We raised lots of cattle and horses and mules, and in them days wheat was never less than $2 a bushel. The nigger buyers used to come round our place, but I don't recollect any of our niggers being sold. They'd have slave sales over at Benton. One time young master brought home a 13-year-old boy he paid $1,000.50 for. We didn't have no school for colored folks, but young Master William went to school, and in the evenings he'd teach some of us, and that way I got as far as the 4th grade. When the war come on, 'cause we heard lots about it, and sometime we'd see soldiers. One time General Grant came through Commerce with about 40,000 men. They come down the river in boats and camped here. The soldiers come foraging around our place, but they never bothered much. They grind their swords on our grindstones and show us how sharp they was by cutting the corn stalks. One night in '63, me and 4 others ran away and went to the Cape and joined the Army. I was in Company H, 56 U.S. Colored under Colonel Bentzoni. We was in the Battle of Big Creek, Arkansas, and in several skirmishes. I learned to play in the band, played 2nd B-flat clarinet, and we sure learned our do-rays. Our captain, old George Free, was a preacher, and he'd have praying meetings in his tent. All the old women from around would come, and we'd have big times on Sunday mornings. One time, one of the boys, Ed Johnson, got drunk, and the provost guard put him in jail. Next morning, Captain Free go down there to get him, and he raised so much racket, old Colonel say, "Turn him loose." Old Captain gone crazy about his niggers. We were stationed down in Helena, Arkansas after the fighting was over, and the officers sent up north for some teachers to have school for us. They call it the Northern Institute, and we each paid 50 cents a month to go. The teachers was Quakers, and they never laughed or smiled. They always seemed to be thinking, seemed like to think it was a sin to have fun. I can still hear 'em, how they used to say, "Thou shalt get thy lessons over." We was mustered out in St. Louis in 1866. After I come back here to Commerce, I started a school. I called it the Select School, and they each paid 50 cents a month. Grown folks come to my school, some of 'em 50 and 60-year-old, and I had all I could take care of. Later, I taught school out in the country. Why do they call me doctor? See that diploma on the wall? I got that from a school of hypnotism. Yes'm, a correspondence course. No, ma'am, I never practiced it much, just a little now and then for fun. One time, the Ku Klux come around. They knock on the door, and they say, "Please, give me a drink. I ain't had a drink since the Battle of Shiloh." What for they say that? Why, you see, they wants us to think that they're spirits and the soldiers killed in Shiloh, and they been in hell so long they drinks all the water they can get. This one man make us carry him 5 buckets of water, and it looked like he drank 'em all, but the next morning they's a big mud puddle aside the door. End of section 59.
Section 60 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise Jaeschke. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 60, Alice Sewell. Interview with Alice Sewell, St. Louis, Missouri. She never attended school. Never having attended school a day in her 86 years of life has not cramped the style of Alice Sewell, one of St. Louis's former Negro slaves. Alice lives with a married daughter, Mattie Hill, and a grandson, Henry Morse, at 329 South Ewing Avenue. Spotlessly dressed, much after the fashion of a nurse, and weighing less than 100 pounds, Alice presents a pleasing picture as she chats interestingly with visitors. Her mind is keenly alive to what is going on in the world. She is much annoyed by the roistering younger folks as she outlines her observations in the following chat. I was born in Montgomery, Alabama, November 13, 1851, the daughter of Rhoda and Edmund Carey. I have 3 brothers and 2 sisters dead. I am the only child living. I ain't never been in a schoolhouse in my life, and I never did learn how to read or write. I recollect 3 of my overseers. The first one's named Elick Clayton, the second one named Mofield, and the third one named Pearson. I was 13 years old time the third one got me, and the war had started, so we had to pack all the cotton up in bales and in Sunface's house and Sunface's cribs to be out of the weather. The seed cotton was kept in the gin house, 'cause they didn't had no time to fool with that. Then they up and bought spinning wheels and cards, so us women could spin it to make cloth and make clothes at home, and would not have to go to the factory to buy clothes. They had to keep the money to care for the families the soldiers left behind, and send corn by the loads to the battlefield to feed the horses. They stopped raising cotton after the war started, and just raised food stuff 'cause they had to send food to the battlefields for the soldiers. The poor white folks that lived up in the hilly country, too poor to own slaves, while the war was going on, had to come down out of the hilly country. They lived on government land, and they had to have food for them and their children. Their men folks was taken away from them to war. They was called counterscript soldiers, and if they refused to go to war, they got shot down like a dog. So the most of 'em rather go on and take chances of the war, missing 'em, than get shot without a doubt. They used to say they had to go and fight rich man's war, but they couldn't help themselves no better'n us slaves could. My owner was very rich. He owned 4 plantations of slaves. He had 2 plantations on the Tallapoosa River, one named Jedkin's Upper Ferry Plantation, and the other Jedkin's Mill Place, and the third place was called the Bradshaw Place. It was out from the river, and the fourth one was called the High Log Plantation. He was always fairly kind to his slaves. He didn't believe in abusing them, lest he couldn't help it. And when he'd find out the overseers beat 'em without cause, he'd fire 'em right away and get somebody else. That's why he's so prosperous, 'cause he was fair. He never even 'lowed overseers on his plantation what had growed boys to be running around 'mongst his slaves neither. No, he didn't. He didn't believe in that intermingling. 'Deed he didn't. They didn't 'low us to sing on our plantation, 'cause we did just sing ourselves happy and get to shouting, and that would settle the work. Yes, ma'am. They did 'low us to go to church on Sunday about 2 miles down the public road, and they hired a white preacher to preach to us. He never did tell us nothing but be good servants, and pick up old massa and old missus things about the place, and don't steal no chickens or pigs, and don't lie about nothing. Then they baptized you and called that you got religion. Never did say nothing about a slave dying and going to heaven. When we died, they bury us next day, and you is just like any of the other cattle dying on the place. That's all 'tis to it, and all 'tis of you. You is just dead, that's all. The old lady that raised my mother, she was a black mammy. She done all the burying of the niggers and said the funeral sayings by herself. She knew it by heart. They swapped my grandmother away 'cause she didn't bear children like they wanted her to. So the man they swapped her off to came back 2 months later and told our owner that grandmama was heavy with child. Then he wanted to buy her back 'cause she was a good worker, but her new owner would not let him have her back, and she had 13 children after that. Our old owner surely was sick of that swap. My mother was only 3 years old when they sold her mother to another master, and she never saw her again till she had all them 13 children. This is how mother found grandmother. Our owner bought a slave that come off of a plantation that my grandmother was on. She was turned over to the slave owner to satisfy a gambling debt left unpaid by the dead husband. So she told my mother all about the deal and all the children mother had never seen. My mother had 3 children of her own at that time. The slave that brought the news name was Elsie. So Elsie had lots of relatives on this plantation she was sold off of. Well, she had to have a pass every time she wanted to go visit her folks. So she tells my mother, next time I get a pass to go see my people, you ask old boss for you one too, so you can go to see your mama and sisters and brothers you never seen. Mama did, and when Mama got to old John Beasley's plantation on Lime Creek, Mother didn't know Grandmother Sally, and Grandmother Sally didn't know her daughter Rhoda, till Elsie introduced 'em to each other. They was so glad they just hugged and kissed plenty. The war was going on then, and they fought 4 years and 2 months. The first year after the war, my father and mother kept us children and stayed right on with our old owner and done sharecropping till father was able to buy stock of his own. But he did not buy no property. When I got 18 years old, I married, but I stayed right on with my mother and father just the same, and my children buried both my mother and father. My mother lived to be 100 years old, and my father was between 80 and 90 when he died. I left Montgomery, Alabama, the last of 1902 when Lewis was only 11 years old, and came to Monroe, Alabama, and stayed 5 years after that. I moved to Arkansas, stayed quite a while, don't know how long. All that time I made my living washing and ironing and picking cotton from farm to farm. My husband died 28 years ago last March. I've been in St. Louis now between 12 and 13 years. We used to slip off in the woods in the old slave days on Sunday evening, way down in the swamps, to sing and pray to our own liking. We prayed for this day of freedom. We come from 4 and 5 miles away to pray together to God that if we don't live to see it, do please let our children live to see a better day and be free, so that they can give honest and fair service to the Lord and all mankind everywhere. And we'd sing, "Our little meetin's 'bout to break, children, we must part. We got to part in body, but hope not in mind. Our little meetin' bound to break." Then we used to sing, "We walk about and shake hands. Fare you well, my sister, I am going home." I never did hear nothing 'bout what the niggers spect from the white folks. We was so glad to get loose, we didn't spect nothing but get out of bondage. They didn't even give us time off to wash our clothes. We had to wash 'em at night when we ought to be resting our old backs what was so tired. We liked to go to the field clean in the mornings. That's the only way we had of doing it. I never been on relief in my life. I got my first pension last month. It was $17.50 old age pension. I surely was proud of that. I never had no interest in politics till last year. They come and got me and told me to vote the Republican ticket. I did what they said do, but they didn't get it after all. My oldest grandson works at a bakery where he's been working for 9 years and takes care of me, his mother and brother. I think the biggest run of this late generation is ignorant. Of course they go to school all right, but they don't make no good of it. The people with the Bible and God education is much better folks than this ignorant book-learned fools. That's all they is, honey. They don't respect theirselves, God nor the devil. They just act like something wild raised, turned loose in the swamp. Their schooling makes me wish I could walk the streets with my ears stopped up and my eyes blindfolded, so I couldn't even hear nor see this educated generation. Bless your soul, honey, I don't care a scrap about schooling that don't teach decency or common respect. The knee way is all the education that mounts to nothing no way. God is the only way. It makes you treat everybody in the world like you want to be treated by other folks, and that's right, and everything else is wrong by that. But the time's on the way here, daughter, when we all be one people like God intended, black and white the same. Course, the end will be at hand when that happens, but it's sure comin'. Then God will bless us all alike, and everything we put our hands to will prosper. God's will is fast fulfilling, and He is true to His word. We will walk with God some day. I won't be here, I don't expect, but I am walking with God myself right now. I am a member of Southern Mission Church. I owned a nice home in Warren, Arkansas. I sold it to come up here. The folks down there said they would sure miss seeing me walking around down there with my white apron on, but I believe in immigration like the Bible said. So I just immigrated from the south up here to the north. God said the plantations would grow up and the hoot owls would have 'em, and they is doing it, growing up into wilderness. God planned them slave prayers to free us like He did the Israelites. And they did. End of section 60. Section 61 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise Jaeschke. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 61, Perry Shepard, Frank Sides, Molly Renfro Sides. Perry Shepard. Interview with Perry Shepard, age 94, Fredericktown, Missouri. I'm hard of hearing. I know I'm 94 years old, was born in Cape County. I was a slave till I was 20 years old. I was a houseboy. The boss had a number of black men who did the work in the field. In warm weather we wore flax and jeans in the winter. I had plenty of meat to eat. I can't read or write. I wish I could. My old mistress told me I was free when I was 20. Then I stayed there a while and worked on shares. The militia come and took a horse away from me on the road 10 miles away from home, and I had to walk home. But he fetched the horse home after a while. I think slavery was a good thing. I never suffered for nothing. Lincoln wanted every man to work for himself. Frank Sides. Interview with Frank Sides, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. I's just a little feller when the war's over. Just 'bout 6 years old I was, and I don't recollect much 'bout them days. Aaron and Lucy Sides was my daddy and mammy, and we belonged to Master Cato. They lived near Fredericktown. I don't 'member young Miss's name, and they never had no children. They had a big house, and seems like we live in part of the white folks' house. The soldiers come around sometime, but they don't bother us. They just ask for a drink or something to eat and go on. But the bushwhackers was bad. They go shooting anybody and doing devilment. I don't recollect nothing they done round our place, but one day a little bunch of 'em stopped there for a drink. I scared of 'em, but I gives 'em all a drink, and the last man takes his drink and throws the dipper on the floor. We didn't have no school, but I learned to read and write, but I's not much of a scholar at that. When the war's over, we moved to Cape, and we lived first one place and then another, doing what we could. One time I was working with a gang on the railroad bridge. They was a big gang of us, maybe 300 or 400. The sleeping car was about half a mile down the track. Come my time to turn in, I starts down the track. It was bright moonlight and I was tired and sleepy. Just as I comes along where the cattle gate is, there standing in the middle of the track is a big tall man all in black. He don't move, and he's tall again as I is. It's so light I can see him plain. I stands and looks at him and thinks, shall I run past? No, if I does he'll get me sure. Then I says, shall I climb the barbed wire fence and go through the field? But I says, no. S'pose my pants gets hung on the barbed wire. Then what happen? I looks at him again, and he's twice as big as he was before, but he just stands there. So I goes just as close to the fence as I could and goes sideways past him, keeping my eye on him. But he don't move, just keeps standing there. Next day I goes to look at the place, but don't see no sign of him. I don't know why for he stand there till folks tell me that 'bout a year ago a man was killed right there. Molly Renfro Sides. Interview with Molly Renfro Sides, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. My mammy was Rosie Renfro, and we uns belonged to Massa Tom B. English and Miss Sarah. We lived near Jackson. My daddy, Spencer Renfro, he belonged to Master Jack Renfro on the Cape Road. Massa English wouldn't sell us, and Master Renfro wouldn't sell my daddy, so they just let my daddy come to see us on Saturdays. Our white folks, they was all mighty nice people. They live in a big white house, and they had lots of nice things. My mammy done the cookin', and 'tween time she'd help weave on the loom and spin and knit. There was just 2 of us families. We lived in little old log houses, and in the other house there was Ann and Nancy and Aunt Dinah. Then it seems like there was another house where a bunch of men stay at works in the field. There was some field round the house, and there was another field they call Mile Field. It were a mile big every way. They raised lots of wheat and corn and such like, and chickens and cows, and fruit, apples and peaches. Some of the women's worked in the field, and when they come in, they has to set down and peel apples and peaches for fryin' and put 'em on big racks out in the sun, and when they's dry, put 'em in bags and hang 'em up for winter. I wasn't very big at that time, just about 4-year-old, but I recollect how scared we is when the soldiers come by. The men folks all hide out, and so do missus. When we wants to hide too, she say, run on out, and tell 'em nobody home. Sometime they hide under the bed, hind the trundle bed. And I 'member Miss Betty died. She had pneumonia. There she was all pretty in her coffin, and they had all the colored folk come through the house to see her. Poor little missus, they buried her in Jackson. When a body's sick, if you hears a hoot owl near the house, or a whippoorwill, that's bad luck. I always go out and tries to chase 'em off, but I guess if they's going to bring bad luck, they's already brung it. End of section 61.
Section 62 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Jane Simpson. Interview with Jane Simpson, St. Louis, Missouri. She was sold 6 times. The subject of this sketch is Jane Simpson, familiarly known in her neighborhood as Aunt Jane. She is more than 90 years old, but her exact age is not certain. She lives at 2712 1/2 Clark Avenue with her niece and family. In a very poorly furnished old 3-room brick apartment, seated in the front bedroom, was Jane Simpson, frail and slender, very light complexion, with beautiful long white hair, well combed and neatly dressed. Owing to a recent illness, she was not able to do any housework. Jane very feebly tells the following story of her life. I was born more than 90 years ago down in Burkesville, Kentucky. My memory's not so good, 'cause I've been sick more than 20 years, and just got up less than a week ago from a very bad spell. But I might tell my story scattering-like. I'll do the best I can. I've been sold 6 times in my life, first to Chris Ellis, second to John Emerson, and my 3rd owner was Jesse Cook. I wasn't old enough to be much help till I come the property of Marster Cook. Then I was big enough to pick up chunks in the field, set brush heap afire, burn up rubbish, pull weeds, and the like. He sold me to Dr. Hart around the age of 10 to be his house girl. The doctor kept me till the Civil War was in the air, and they started running the slaves to Texas 'cause they thought the Yankees couldn't make it plumb to Texas, but they did. By the time we got as far as Crowley's Ridge, peace was declared. My father's owner was old Bill Cuington, the meanest slave owner in the county. They made him go to war, so when he come back, he told my papa that he was as free as him now, and he could go if he wanted to, or stay, he didn't care which, but if he stayed, he wouldn't get nothin' for his work. So a white neighbor friend heard Marster Bill say it. He told my father to come to his place with him down the road a piece where he was clearing up land, but if he got caught, don't ever tell he helped him get away, 'cause some of the land he was clearing up was owned by Kewington, and Kewington would fire him if he knowed he helped one of his ex-slaves in any way. So Papa taken my mother and us 4 children the route this white friend helped him to go, to Clarington, Arkansas. He got us a job on a farm owned by his friend, Jerry Diles. Our whole family went to work on Mr. Diles's farm, and we made a good crop. Mama milked, I cooked, the rest of the family farmed, and we stayed there more than 4 years. When we left, we had money enough to buy us a farm and stock of our own. I remember well when I was a child how they wouldn't allow us children nothing to eat but pumpkin and mush. We didn't own no clocks them days. We just told the time by the sun in the day and the stars at night. If it was clouded, we didn't know what time it was. The white folks didn't want to let us slaves have no time for theirselves, so the old folks used to let us children run and play at night while the white folks sleep, and they watched the stars to tell about what time to call us in and put us to bed, for the white folks know we was out. I've been sold 6 times in my life, but I never got more than 3 or 4 whippings, but they cut the blood out of me every one of them times. If old Miss got mad about something, just anything at all, she'd have you whipped when maybe you had not done a thing, just to satisfy her spite feeling. I never can forget, I was sitting upstairs in old Miss's house, quilting, when the first Yankee army boat went to Vicksburg, Mississippi. Old Miss made me get right up and go get her children out of school and bring 'em right home. She scared to death, most, but the boat went right on. It didn't even stop. I had to take her children back and forth to school every day. They was mighty nice children. Them very white children taught me to read and write, but I'd been sick so bad and so long I done forgot every bit of it. My first old master never was married, and he only bought 2 slaves in his whole life and had between 50 and 100 slaves, all kinfolks. They raised children on his plantation worse than flies. I never had a child in my life, but I raised a host of other folks' children. Old master was a drunkard. He got drunk one night and fell off a rock and broke his hip. He died from that fall. Before he died, he told Papa he knew he was going to die, and he had been so mean to his old slaves that he wanted to do something for 'em, and no one never knew where he kept his money. My grandpapa, Meridi, and grandmother, Judah, was the only 2 slaves he ever bought, and all the rest come from them too. Old Master Chris told grandfather before he died there was a keg buried at the foot of the cliff with all his money in it, for he was very rich. My old grandfather told the overseer about it. They wouldn't dare to dig and find anything on the owner's plantation without the overseer let 'em, especially when the boss is dead, and the overseer, of course, said he looked for the keg and didn't find nothing. I had an uncle who was buying his freedom from Marster Chris, and was almost paid out when Marster Chris died, but he didn't know nothing about keeping receipts, so he was put on the auction block and sold again. My mama and daddy had 13 children, and they is everyone dead but me. My papa's name was Dave Bedford. He was 103 years old when he died in Holy Grove, Arkansas. My sister died and left 9 children, and I raised every one of them. One boy is deaf and dumb and lives in Little Rock, Arkansas, and is one of the best paper hangers down there. My husband was a farmer. He has been dead so long I can't tell when he died. My grandniece said he'd been dead 22 years. I don't know. My children I raised, and my friends have been taking care of me ever since my husband died, 'cause I can't take care of myself. While my husband lived, we farmed all the time and lived well. When he died, I had $4,000 in the bank at Mount Bayou, Mississippi. The bank went down, and I've been a beggar ever since. Never did get 1 penny of that money. I've been here in St. Louis so long, I don't know how long I've been here. A Democrat offered my husband 80 acres of land if he would vote a Democrat ticket and get his friends to change from Republicans to Democrats, and my husband told him he would suffer his right arm to be cut off before he would do that, and he didn't change either. I only voted once in my life, that was for a Republican president. I don't remember which one. The niggers didn't expect nothing from the white folks when they got set free. They was so glad to get set free, they just glad to be loose. I never even heard of white folks giving niggers nothing. Most of the time, they didn't even give 'em what they supposed to give 'em after they was free. They was so mad 'cause they had to set 'em free, they just stayed mean as they would 'low 'em to be anyhow, and as yet most of 'em. I used to hear old slaves pray and ask God when the bottom rail be the top rail, and I wondered what on earth they talking about. They was talking about when they going to get from under bondage. Course I know now. I don't hardly know what to say about this new generation. They ain't nothing like when I come along, nor nothing like when you come along. You can just look at a person and tell whether they is late day folks or not. They is the worst, ill-mannered, bigoted generation I ever heard of. They don't care for folks' feelings, and just as lazy and good for nothing as they can be. Instead of being better 'cause the opportunities is better, they is worse, and I feel so sorry about it. The old folks wanted to be free so bad, they used to sing a song named Free, Free, My Lord, March on the Heavenly Way. I can't remember none of the other songs. I've been sick so much. I wish I could go back to Arkansas country, where my mama and papa died. There is 11 children down there right now what I raised, and a lot of my relatives too. They would take care of me if I could get there. I would not have to live like I live in here. I see better without glasses than I do with them. I don't read anyway. I belong to St. Paul AME Church, but haven't been able to go for 6 years but twice. I don't get no help from the relief, and we need help the worst way. My grandniece tries to work when she can get it, but she is sick too. End of section 62. Read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, October 30, 2025. Section 63 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Clay Smith. Interview with Clay Smith, Hannibal, Missouri. Clay has vivid memory. Clay Carey Smith, now living at 612 Butler Street, Hannibal, Missouri, was born in slavery shortly before the Civil War on the farm of Joe Maupin, about 5 miles west of Hannibal. Her present residence on Butler Street is part of the way up the hill overlooking Mark Twain Avenue, formerly Palmyra Avenue, and facing Cardiff Hill. Her mother's home was on Palmyra Avenue. Her mother's name was Lockett. Following is Clay's story as she told it. I was born right here in Marion County. There was 10 of us children in the family. We belonged to Joe Maupin and Sarah Ann Maupin. We called Mrs. Maupin Miss Patsy. Mother was brought here by the Maupins from Virginia. Father was born near New London in Rawls County. He belonged to the preacher priest. He was one of those hard-shelled Ironsides Baptists. Father run away to Illinois during the war, and we never saw him again. 3 of my sisters was bound out to the Maupin children when they was married, and they done moved somewhere in Monroe County. I knowed of only 1 slave in our family that was sold, and that was my Aunt Harriet. She was sold on the block down on 4th Street, right here in Hannibal. I was only 5 or 6 years old then. After the war, my mother worked for Mr. Maupin for 3 years. Mother bought a house on Palmyra Avenue here in Hannibal then, and Mr. Maupin would help Mother to make the payments by giving her work. There was only a few houses down on Palmyra Avenue then. Old Mrs. Vale had a hotel, or tavern they called it in them days, over across the street. Beyond the hill, Cardiff Hill, was all woods, and we could see bears and deers and tigers over there. Of course, this is untrue. That was Mark Twain's playground years before. They didn't raise children then like they does now. They don't mind at all now. When we was across the street and didn't mind, we got a whipping so that we would fall over in the bush, and when we comes home we got another whipping. We always got 2 whippings. Nowadays the youngsters runs round all over the town, and they don't pay no mind to nobody. Over on that hill was a pest house where they took people with smallpox. They died thick, and they hauled 'em away at night. They carried torches and hauled 'em in wagons. When they took somebody by to the pest house, old man Cogner would go ahead and holler, "Smallpox!" We would all run and hide 'cause we was scared. That was 5 or 6 years after we moved here. There was no houses round here then, but now I look out and see what the Lord has done. The Bible say the new would take place of the old, and things would be changed. I worked in the old hotel down there, across from the depot. It was the Captain's Hotel then, for about 14 years, and then I worked for the Claytons for about 13 years. I can't do nothing now 'cause I is too old. I gets a small pension. This is my house, but they is a mortgage on it, and they might come and take it away from me. I belongs to the Baptist Church on Center Street, but I don't go very often no more. My brother lives with me. He is that one-legged man you sees in the city park most of the time. He gets a pension too. My oldest brother died last week. He was blind. End of section 63. Read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, November 4, 2025.
Section 64 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael Earley. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 64, Interview with Gus Smith. Rolla, Missouri. Slaves were well fed. I was born in 1845, on the 4th of July, near Rich Fountain, Osage County, Missouri, not far from Jefferson City. My father's name was Jim Messerschmitt, and my mother's maiden name was Martha Williams. I was called August Messerschmitt till I was old enough to vote. Then I changed it to plain Gus Smith. My friends nicknamed me Chiny, and I'm called that today. My master's name was Bill Messerschmitt, and he called himself a Pennsylvania Dutchman. His father settled in Missouri, near Jefferson City, many years before the war. He owned 1,500 acres of land. The old man, my master's father, had a good many slaves, but the children didn't have so many after the old man died. Rufus, the old man's son and my master's brother, took one of the Negro boys. His sister, Manasseh, took a Negro girl. These two, Rufus and Manasseh, never married and lived with my master. Zenny, another sister, took a girl and a boy. She married a man by the name of Goodman, and my master took my father and my mother. My master's father, before he died, told his children that at his death he wanted each child to put their slaves out to work till they earned $800 apiece, to earn their own freedom. In that way each slave paid it themselves. He did not believe it was right to keep them in slavery all their lives, but the war came and they were free without having to work it out. We all wore homespun clothes, made of wool mostly. Mother carded, spun, and wove all our clothes. My master let us come and go pretty much as we pleased. In fact, we had much more freedom than most of the slaves had in those days. He let us go to other places to work when we had nothing to do at home, and we kept our money we earned and spent it to suit ourselves. We had it so much better than the other slaves that our neighbors would not let their slaves associate with us, for fear we would put devilment in their heads, for we had too much freedom. My father and mother had their own cabin to live in, with their family, but the rest of the slaves stayed with our mistress. My father's relation lived within 10 miles of us. They came to see us, but that was about all the company we had. We used to sing all the old plantation songs, but my father and mother were not such good singers. We all had good times along with the work. During Christmas time and the whole month of January, it was the rulin' to give the slaves a holiday in our part of the country. A whole month, to go and come as much as we pleased, and go for miles as far as we wanted to, but we had better be back by the 1st of February. If we wanted to go through a territory where it was hard to travel or get by, we got a pass from our master. We had quiltins, dancing, making rails, for days at a time. My goodness, we don't have nothing to eat now like we did then. All kinds of game, wild ducks, geese, squirrels, rabbits, possum, pigeons, and fried chicken. My! Women in those days could cook. Great big pound cakes 1.5 feet high. You don't see such things nowadays. I remember my father shooting so many pigeons at once that my mother just fed them to the hogs. Just shoot the game from our backyard. I've seen the wild pigeons so thick they look like storm clouds coming. I've seen them so thick they broke the tree limbs down. Ducks and geese the same way. We could kill them by tow sacks full with clubs. White folks and colored folks came to these gatherings from miles around, sat up all night dancing, eating, and drinking. People kept whiskey by the barrel in those days. You see, miss, in those days they just loaded up 10 or 12 bushel of corn, took it to the still house, and traded it for a barrel of whiskey. Not so much selling in those days. Everything was traded, even to labor. Our folks would tell us to go and help so-and-so, and we'd done it. Mother was the cook in those days at our place. The hewed log house we lived in was very big, about 5 or 6 rooms. In times of our holidays, we always had our own musicians. Sometimes we sent 10 or 12 miles for a fiddler. He'd stay a week or so in one place, and then he would go on to the next farm, maybe 4 or 5 miles away, and they had a good time for a week. When we didn't have much work, we would get up about 5 o'clock every morning, but in busy season we had to be up and ready for work at daybreak. There was plenty of work for everyone then, even to the little darkies, if only to pull weeds. We raised wheat, corn, cotton, tobacco, cabbage, potatoes, sheep, hogs, and cattle. Had plenty of everything to eat. Our closest neighbors was the Thorntons. Old man Thornton did not allow his slaves to go no place. He was a rough man, a low, heavy-set fellow, weighed about 160 pounds. He was mean to his slaves. He whooped them all the time. I've seen their clothes sticking to their backs from blood and scabs being cut up with the cowhide. He just whooped them because he could. He used to say he allus give his niggers a breakfast spell every morning. That is, he whooped them every morning. I remember he had a nigger woman about 70 years old in his place. The Thorntons did not feed their slaves. They was nearly starved. One night that old woman was so hungry she stole a chicken from her master, old Thornton, and was cooking it in her cabin. He found it out some way and started to her cabin, and caught her while she had it on boiling. He was so mad he told her to get a spoon and eat every bite before she stopped. It was scalding hot, but he made her do it. She died right away. Her insides were burned. Why, old Thornton was that mean that he killed his own son. He just beat him to death with the whipstock of that cowhide, a whip made of buckskin. It was like this. The boy had a girl he was courting in another town. He started to see her on Saturday noon. His daddy told him to be back by Sunday night, but the boy did not get back before Monday morning, 10 o'clock. His father was in the field working and saw him coming down the road. He went to meet him and met him at the gate. He asked why he did not get back sooner and lit into beating him with the whip stock, the part that should be the whip handle. He beat him so hard that the boy died in about 10 hours. It aroused the neighborhood, and they began to plan a lynching party. He got wind of it some way and got all his slaves together and pulled out. He left that place and no one ever knowed where he went. That happened before the end of the war. There was a lot of runaway slaves in those days. I never saw any of them, but I heard the folks talk about them. Many passed through our part of the country. In time of slavery, people were sold like cattle or hogs. There was no sale bills that we seen, because folks in them days was usually honest and did not have a lot of red tape in buying and selling. Our master would not sell any of us. He did not believe in separating us and tried to keep us together. He didn't have any trouble with his slaves at all. He was as good a man as ever lived, and we did pretty much as we pleased. He married before the war, but his first wife died a few months later. He married a year after his wife died. He went to Pennsylvania and came back and went to California for about a year. Before he left, he made my father boss. My father stayed on the place and took care of everything. He was boss all during the war. When the Battle of Wilson Creek was fought up near Springfield, most all the soldiers passed by our house. After they passed, then came the bushwhackers. They stole all the niggers they could, running them down the south to sell. They came to our place in the morning. Must have been about 1862 to 63. The whole family of colored folks was home, excepting my father. They looked across the road and seen another house and asked us whose house it was. We told them it was our master's house. They saw we had a mare in the yard and told to saddle her up, and told my youngest brother to be ready to go with them when they came back. They went halfway to my master's house and for some reason wheeled and came back. My mother looked out the door and seen them coming and said, "Here they come." She said to my oldest brother, "Get under that puncheon floor. Maybe they won't take August," meaning me. I was about 12 or 13 years old then. We had a great big hearth. The rocks and puncheon came right up to it. My mother raised to one end of a puncheon and my brother hid there under the floor. The bushwhackers came back to the house and searched every place, failed to find him, even raised the floor and looked under, but my brother had crawled so far up in the corner they did not see him. They asked my mother where he was, and he said, "By God, we want to know." Mother answered and said she sent him down to the field to get some corn for the hogs, told me to run down there and look for him. Well, I did. I run down in that field and am going yet. I stayed out in that woods for 4 days and nights with nothing to eat but what wild grapes and hazelnuts I could find. I knew better than to go back there, but I did not know where to go. I fell on a plan to go with my young Mrs. Zenny. They lived off the main road, 2 miles from where we lived. When I got to her home, it was in the evening about 4 o'clock. I saw my cousin, Mealy, 15 or 16 years old, but was afraid to speak to her. I saw her out a piece from the barn, but I wouldn't let her see me. I stayed all night in the barn, but I wouldn't let her see me. I stayed all night in the barn, and the next morning I peeped out the window and saw her again. She was picking beans. I hollered, and she recognized me and asked me if I wasn't August. I said yes. She told me to come on out and go with her. My mother and all of them was at their house then. My oldest brother Jim was there too. He was 4 years older than me. Then I went down to the house, and they soon fixed me something to eat, but only a little, 'cause they were afraid it might make me sick. My mother told me to stay with Miss Zenny. Miss Zenny had married the second time to a man by the name of George McGee. Her first husband, Dave Goodman, was killed right at the start of the war by a gang of robbers something like the bushwhackers, who went in gangs of 10 and 15, stealing niggers or anything else they could get their hands on. George McGee and my brother Jim hid out in the bluffs at Rawlins Ferry, a place where ferry boats ran. George McGee hid because he did not want to go in the army, so he takes my brother and hides in the bluffs. They both came to the house for provisions about 12 o'clock that night and took me with them. We camped out that night, and next morning they said to me, "You stay here. They is out of meat at the house." So they went back to the house and killed and dressed a young heifer, came back at night to get me. We had a good time, eating supper and playing. Along in the night I heard something like horses' hooves hitting the ground. I told my mother, and she said, "You don't hear nothing." George McGee, the young master, said, "Wait, He is right. I hears something too. We jumped up and went out and down a steep holler and made it back to our camp that night yet. Next morning we wondered who it could have been that we heard. That night we went back to see how the folks was getting on and found out it was my own father and our own master who had come a-hunting for us. If we had known, we would not have run. My master told his sister, Miss Zenny, to keep us hid out of the way, that we were doing all right. I stayed in that bluff about 2 years. Until the close of the war, I never saw my father and master for over a year. I saw my mother every time I went to the house for something to eat, about 12 o'clock at night. My father had to hide out too. He kept the stock out in the bushes, watching after the master's affairs while he was away. We stayed hid till they took General Lee. Then we went back to old master's house, and it was not long until peace was declared. Our house was about a quarter of a mile from the master's, on a farm he had bought from an old Dutchman, about 160 acres. One morning old master come over early and said, "Jim, by God, you are a free man this morning, as free as I am. I can't hold you any longer. Now take your family and go over on that 160 acres I bought and go to work." He was giving us all a chance to pay out the farm for ourselves a home. My father said, "There's nothing to go with it to help clear it and live." To which old master answered, "There's the smokehouse. Take all you want, and I'll furnish you with everything else you need for a year until you get a start." He allowed us to use anything to work with he had on his place. Then we went to work. Old master said, "I've got all the land my heart could wish, but none of it is cleared off. Go down there with your boys, and I'll send 2 men, both white, Irishmen, Jim and Tom Norman, and all of you clear off that land. I'll give you 5 years' lease to clear all you can. All you clear, you can have half." Well, we cleared 50 acres that winter. We made rails, fenced it, and put it all in corn that first year. There were 6 of us to do this. My cousin joined my father, brother, and myself, and the 2 white men. We had it cleared by the 1st of March, all ready to plow in 1865. My father raised his own sheep and cotton, and from this my mother made our clothes. Father cleared 40 acres on his place the same year and sowed it all in wheat. The first year we got 817 bushel of wheat and 1,500 bushel of corn. It was all new land. Corn really growed in them days. We hoed it by hand. You don't see corn like that now. We worked out every little weed. Every little darky worked it in them days. My granddad, Godfrey, owned a place called the Old Potter's Place, near Vichy Springs, Vichy, Missouri, not far from where we lived. He bought it from a man who used to make pottery. Grandfather made his own mill to grind grain for bread. In those days there was no steam-operated mills and few water mills. Sometimes we had to go as much as 20 miles to grind corn, a bushel of corn. So grandfather made his own burr to grind corn and wheat. It was as big as any burr in the large mills, but it was turned by hand power. It was made of limestone rock, a great big stone about 2½ foot across. The top burr would probably weigh about 300 or 400 pounds. The bottom case would weigh 1,000 pounds or more. There was a hole in the top stone, where the grain flowed freely to the bottom and ground out on the big thick stone below. I ground many a bushel of meal on it myself. I don't know how grandfather got the large stones in place, for it was there as long as I could remember. I just wonder if it isn't some place there yet. I would love to go and find out and see the old burr again. People call these hard times. Shucks, they don't know what hard times is. Those were hard days, when folks had to go on foot 20 miles to mill. I remember in my early days, we used cattle for teams to haul, start at 4 o'clock in the morning, drive all day, stay overnight, and grind the next day. Sometimes the crowd ahead of us was so big we had to stay over for 3 or 4 days. Sometimes we would be until 11 or 12 at night getting home. Gone at least 2 days and 1 night. I had to make trips like this many times. Sometimes we could take a couple of bushel of corn and go horseback, but twice a year, spring and fall, we would take 8 or 10 bushel of wheat, 6 and 8 bushel of corn, or according to what we needed, and take the cattle and an old wooden axle wagon. walking and driving the cattle all the way there and back. We drove or led them with only a rope around them. The last trip I made milling, I drove for Bill Fannon's, a yoke of young 3-year-old cattle. Wasn't even broke. Went 25 miles, drove all the way, walking, while he sat up in the wagon. Sometimes the wagon dragged into mud, the old wooden axle bearings so deep we couldn't hardly get it out, going through timber and dodging brush. Some folks went even further than that. Sometimes a mill might be 4 or 5 miles from you, but they got out of fix, and you would have to go to another one, maybe 25 miles or more. There was not many good doctors in those days, but my grandfather was an old-fashioned herb doctor. I remember him well. I was about 25 years old when he died. Everybody knew him in that country, and he doctored among the white people, one of the best doctors of his kind. He went over 30 miles around to people who sent for him. He was seldom at home. Lots of cases that other doctors gave up, he went and raised them. He could cure anything. When I was sick one time, I was then about 18 or 19 years old, my folks had Dr. Bowles from Lane's Prairie and Dr. Mayweather from Vichy to come and tend me. They both gave me up. I had typhoid and pneumonia. These doctors were the best to be found, but they could do nothing, said I was as good as dead. My grandfather was gone, had come to Rolla, doctoring Charlie Stroback's child, whose clothes had caught fire and he was burned badly. Grandfather could blow out fire. He got home about 4 o'clock in the morning after the doctors had done give me up. He felt my pulse and said he didn't know whether I was dead or alive. No pulse, but he said I felt warm. He asked my grandmother if she had any light bread baked. She said yes and got it for him. He told her to butter it, lay the butter side down over my mouth, and if it melted, I was still living. She did this, and soon she said, yes, he is still alive. Now go to work and get a little whiskey and butter and beat it together good and drop just 2 drops in his mouth, and in 4 hours drop 2 more. He sat beside me, laid his hands on my breast, and about 10 o'clock the next day I began to come around. I realized he was there, and he asked me if I knew him, which I did. In Blowing Fire, my grandfather simply blew on the burn, and the fire and pain was gone. It was a secret charm, handed down from generation to generation. He said only one could be told. He told my Aunt Harriet, and she could blow fire the same as my grandfather. I remember one good old doctor in this part of the country, old Dr. Stark. He was as good a doctor, the finest we had in those days. He could chew tobacco and spit enough to drown a hog. A lot of the old herb remedies my grandfather used, I can still remember. He used one called white root. It is a bush that grows here. In the spring of the year, when its leaves bloom out, in the morning hours, when the sun shines on it, it looks just like bright tin. It has an awful bitter taste. It was used for mighty near any ailment. He had another herb he used called remedy weed. It is a bright green-looking weed that grows around springs. It is also used for many ailments. Another one was sarsaparilla root. It grows here, lots of it. He went to the woods and gathered it all himself, getting wild cherry bark, dittany, pennyroyal, and chamomile root. Others he gathered and dried, some to make teas and others to put in whiskey. Dogwood buds, some kind of a medicine used as a laxative. Ginseng was another remedy. I do not know what it was used for, but it was powerful good. And one remedy he used was called spicewood. It was also a healthful drink like store tea. You gather it in the fall, using the stem or the stalky part, break it up and dry it. I used it all the time while I worked on the river at the tourist camps. It has a fine flavor and it's good for you. Indian turnip grows by the thousands in the woods here. Great places of it. Looks like turnips. Grows in big bunches and bright red. Colored folks used to use the Indian turnip in slave times. They would take this and dry it, pulverize it, and tie it in big quantities around their feet to keep off the trail of bloodhounds. No bloodhound could trail a bit further after smelling it. It was strong like red pepper, burns like everything, and colored folks running away use it all the time. Grandfather also used butternut root. Some call it white walnut. You take 1 dose of this and it will cure the worst case of chills, no matter how bad. Take 2 tablespoons for a dose. It is as severe as croton oil. By golly, it won't leave a thing in you. Clears you out, and 1 dose does the work. Oh man, but it is bitter. He used golden seal, a medicine found in places here. Very costly, worth $7 to $8 a pound now. I don't know what he used them all for, but I do remember of him getting them in their proper season, and kept them always on hand. For sore throat or quinsy, he had some sort of tea. He used onion tea, too. He took an onion, roasted it in its hull in ashes, squeezed out the juice, and added a little sugar and gave it to the patient. For rheumatism, he used poke root, dried it, put it in whiskey. The only thing that is good for rheumatics. There were many more remedies, but I can't recall them now. End of section 64.
Section 65 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10. Missouri Narratives by United States Work Projects Administration. Ann Stokes. Interview with Aunt Ann Stokes, 91 years old, Caruthersville, Missouri. One of the most interesting characters of all Penobscot County today is an old Negro called Aunt Ann Stokes. She was born a slave out here at Cottonwood Pint in 1844, a year of high water. 1936 brings her to her 93rd year, all of which has been spent in Penobscot County, except for an occasional visit to relatives in the early years of her life. She was known as a good, hard-working nigger. Now she takes things more quietly, especially since she has lost her eyesight and can only hear when you shout very loudly. All day long she does very little, just sits and rocks. For an old woman, she is certainly fine-looking. Most old people are usually wrinkled. Aunt Ann looks to be only in her 60s. A sort of creepy feeling comes to one in the presence of this old Negro. She always leans close to you as she speaks, lays her hand on your arm, now and then pointing her finger. Once in a while she smiles, showing her few remaining teeth in grave fashion. She speaks slowly in a high voice, not at all shaky. Every story she tells is glorified and exaggerated. She is anxious to talk and likes to have visitors. Never does she fail to mention her first schooling. She tells, "I learnt my alphabet in the middle of the field underneath a Simmons tree. My cousin teached me. You know we weren't allowed to have books in them days. They didn't want us to know nothing." When you mention the war between the states, you have hit a favorite subject of hers. Especially does she pride herself on her war stories. At Cottonwood Point, she remembers standing on the bank of the river to see transports going south, done busted through up north here. From the steam of the boats, we was as wet us if we's a-standing in a shower of rain. Saw many soldiers that was all standing around the pilot houses. They was going to Fort Pillar on a hill in Tennessee. Such a shooting as they was when they turned them cannons loose. I's told that for 3 miles down the river you couldn't tell if it's blood or water. An old soldier told me how they captured Vicksburg. They put a man on old skint-up mule and send him to the fort to spy. When he got there, he say he's a running away from the Yankees. He's so pitiful looking and so naked he couldn't hide his nakedness. So they took him in. He stay around the fort for 3 days looking at everything. He seen how it was all fixed. Then one morning he come up missing, and they tried to get on the track of him. But it weren't no use, 'cause one morning the man who'd been on the old skint-up mule come back with some Yanks and took the fort. You could allus hear the Yankees at Kenneth or Hornersville when they's around. One day I's over to see Malinda, and I say, "Malinda, does you all hear something? Sounds like the Yankees. Look out the window and see if you sees anything." She say, "I don't see nothing. They ain't no Yankees round here." Well, I just sit thar till I can't stand it no more. I gets up and looks out the winder myself. There they come down the road, and I knows they's Yanks, 'cause I see the blue of their coats. Pretty soon they ride up to the house. They yell out, "You all got any gorillas round here?" Me and Malinda stand in the door. I say, "Malinda, you go out there and tell 'em." Malinda starts across the yard when the leader yell, "I don't want you. The truth ain't in your yaller body." Malinda was a mulatto girl. "Hey, you other girl, come here." "Yes, sir," I say, and walk out the door in the yard. "Got any gorillas round here?" He yelled. "No, sir," says I. "'Tain't none round here." "No, Mr. Douglas?" he say, pointing his finger to a house across the prairie. "Yes, sir," says I. "I knows him when I sees him." "Has he got any gorillas there?" "I don't know, sir." "Well, there's a colored girl there, ain't they?" "Yes, sir, but I don't go round her no more. We ain't speaking." "Reckon I ain't been on Mr. Douglas's place for 6 months. I don't know nothing about it. You all better go see for yourselves." He leave then and ride over to Douglas's place. I seen Bud come out in the yard. He called Bud over to the fence and talked to him. 'Bout that time I see men coming out the back of the house and charging over the fence into the thicket whar warn't nothing but lots of trees, their blanket and blackberry bushes. Right then and there they had a scrummage. The Yanks set fire to every building on the place. The blaze was a-going up to the elements. Not a thing did they take out of the house 'cept a feather bed for a wounded Yankee. Mr. Douglas, he hear about the shooting. He took to the woods and stayed for a spell. I ain't had nothing scare me so bad as one time I went down to the lot to feed. A big old black cat run right in front of me and jump up on the corn. There he sat, such a big cat, good big twice. Why, it scared me so I started to bleeding at the nose. I come back home as fast as I could. The old doc, he couldn't stop it. I couldn't stop it. Seemed like nobody can stop it. My blood bled so much it looked the color of sassafras tea. The second day, Emma, she my daughter, say, "The black cat done gone. I can't find it nowhere." Then my nose stopped bleeding. What's a cure for rheumatize, you say? They's just one cure for that, I knows. Ain't I had it so bad I couldn't raise up to step over the fence rail. Take a raw Irish potato and pack it in your pocket. One day I's walking down the street and I meet Mr. Huffman. I say, "Mr. Huffman, how's your rheumatize?" He say, "Aunt Ann, 'tain't no better. I thinks I go down to Hot Springs for a spell." "Humph," says I. "Don't you go way down there to get well. You don't have to do that. You can get you a raw Irish potato and carry it with you all the time. When you change your pants, change that potato over to the clean pants. When the potato get dry clean through, you won't have no more rheumatize. Next time I see him, he says he's fine. Now ain't that proof enough that potatoes cure rheumatism? One morning I gets up to make a fish in the stove. It's fearful cold and the moon is still a-shining. I put on my coat and start to work. While the stove am heating up, I looks out the winder. I see something queer looking out in the garden, stumping, standing about knee-high, all bright and shiny. I wonder what kind of a ghost has got loose now. I take a broom and sneaks out the door. Kinda half shuts my eyes 'cause I scared to death. Wham! I hits that thing and scatters it all over the place. Weren't nothing but an old cabbage, a poor frozen cabbage. Does I know old Mexico Cole? Yes'm, I reckon I do. He is a dark man, a tolerable dark man, with black hair and dark eyes. He is what you say a medium-built man. Yes, sir. Old Mexico Cole, he was a doctor. I remembers the night he was on his way home when the storm come up. The lightning lightened and the thunder thundered. Sure was a powerful storm. He's a riding along on his hoss when all of a sudden a big limb done fall off a tree and smash him flat. That's mighty bad, I tell you. Mighty bad. Yes, sir. Old Mexico Cole, I members him. One time he walked on a trading boat and he see a bottle full of something he don't know what. He picks it up and smell a deep breath. That really frowed him out for a spell. They had to give him a half a bottle of melted grease. Yes'm, I members old Mexico Cole. Two of Aunt Anne's favorite songs are 1, "By and by don't you grieve after me." This line repeated 4 times. 2, "When I'm gone don't you grieve after me. When I'm gone don't you grieve after me. When I'm gone don't you grieve after me. By and by don't you grieve after me." 3, "The Lord has prepared the way and has carried my soul away." This line repeated 3 times. "By and by don't you grieve after me." 4, "When I'm dead don't you grieve after me." This line repeated 3 times. "By and by don't you grieve after me." The second song is sung by a mighty clever woman to her lover. The Negro woman is at home rocking her baby. Her husband is sitting not far away. A weird little whistle is heard. The Negro woman sings to warn her lover of danger. Oh, the wind's in the west, and the cuckoo's in the nest. No lodging here for you. Bye, you baby, bye, you. Oh, the devil's in the man. Can't you understand? No lodging here for you. Bye, you baby, bye, you. Repetition of the first verse. End of section 65.
Section 66 of The Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States, from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States, from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 66. Edward Taylor. Interview with Edward Taylor, St. Louis, Missouri, written by Grace E. White, St. Louis, Missouri. Born around 1812. The subject of this sketch is Edward Taylor, exact age not known, but he is positive he is over 115 years old. He lives in a 2-room frame cottage in the rear of 8013 Dale Avenue, St. Louis County, Missouri, with his wife of less than 12 months, and says she's in her 50s. Taylor is a tall, slender, almost erect old man, looks well for his age, very hard of hearing, his hair well mingled with gray. He believes God has called him to preach holiness in the world, and it is a hard matter to keep his mind on an interview for his ex-slave experiences instead of preaching to his interviewer. His story follows. I was born in Cheneyville, Louisiana, I guess around 1812, but I don't know. I do know I was owned by Mars William Cheney. He was a rich old slave owner. I thought in them days white folks was God, didn't know no better. I remember well when the stars fell. I saw 'em 'twixt midnight and day and tried to catch some of 'em. I was grown, too, most. I wasn't scared 'cause I thought long as I stayed where the white folks was, they would protect me from all harm, even the stars in the elements, storms and what not. Just stay near the white folks, and I had nothing to worry about. I thought white folks made the stars, the sun, and everything on the earth. I knowed nothing but to be driven and beat all the time. I seed 'em take the bottom rail out of the rail fences and stick the nigger's head in the hole and then jam the balance of the fence down on his neck and beat him till he's stiff. And then I seen 'em put 40 or 50 slaves in stock and as high as 300 at a time and punish 'em till some of 'em died. It was terrible. Cheney done his slaves so bad that when he taken down sick, he just suffered till the skin dropped off his bones. Nobody do anything for him but me. Everybody, even his own folks, was scared of him and didn't want to touch him. He looked and smelt so bad, but I just stuck hard by him till he died. I took care of Jeff Davis for years, long before he got president of these United States. Yes, sir, I did. And when the stars fell, people all running and hollering, judgment done come. I didn't see no need in all that excitement. As long as the white folks living, I thought they could keep us niggers living. I used to hear the white folks reading the paper about the war and reading the Yankees beating 'em, and I wondered what the world is Yankees. I thought they talking about birds of the air or something. After a while, Essex gunboat got all the south to Vicksburg. I found out then what Yankees was. Yes, sir, I did. My slave owners would make the blacksmith make buckhorns and fasten 'em like a crown on the slave woman's heads and brad 'em on there so they would know 'em by that mark. Well, they was so tight and heavy for them women to carry around, they oftentimes swell up their heads so they couldn't hardly see out of their eyes. I worked naked most of my time. I didn't know nothing about pride. They had looms some places to make hemp coats and jackets. I had to make rails, drive wagons, and make cross ties in the blacksmith shop. We had to have a pass to go any place. The paterollers would get us and make us show our pass, and we got to be in our cabin by 9 o'clock. I got 1 pound of fat meat a week. If you got sick, the doctor tell you to not lie to the old Mars or old Miss, and you get all right. After the war was over, I had to cut 2 cords of wood at night and work all day for 1 penny, and we could buy a ginger cake long as I was tall, nearly, and it lasted us a week. You could get it for 1 penny, and we called it a stage plank. It was long and thin. I never can forget when old Mars William Cheney died. We fell to his brother, Mars George Cheney. The wife I married belonged to the same people owned me. Mars George chained a host of them niggers together and sold 'em and bought some more. He bought 4 with my wife at one time, but he sold 'em in droves. Mars William owned us by the hundreds. I remember I was 30 years old when I married. My wife had 2 children, but they dead long ago. I don't know how old my wife was when I married her, though. I thought this here wife I got now since she was a baby. I just been married less than a year. I am the first colored man to own a piece of ground in Lincoln Terrace and the oldest man, white or black, to ever apply for a marriage license in the state of Missouri. I owns this whole block, from Dale to Harder Avenue, and I'm taking care of 4 families living on my property that don't pay me a penny and haven't for years. I never been to school a day in my life, just trusting God for my getting along and my understanding. An automobile run over me 2 years ago, and I had another accident in Jefferson City, Missouri, 1 year ago, but am still able to go and preach the Word of God. End of section 66.
Section 67 of Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives. A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Tishey Taylor. Interview with Mrs. Tishey Taylor, age 77, Poplar Bluff, Missouri. I wasn't very old during slave time, but I worked, yes sir I did, and my poor mammy, child, it was from daylight to dark, and on good light nights it was way up in the night. My mammy's name was Katie Cherry, and my father was William Waldherf, or something like that. Never did no good, 'cause he never stayed with us in our cabin, nohow, and we never knowed him much. Shap Phillips was our master, and he brought my parents 'fore I was born, from Frank Parker, we just said Old Parker, and brought us from Wolfelton to New Madrid County. Old man Shap, that what we call him, had 2 sons, one named Amos and one named Little Murray. I took care of Little Murray for Ma. Task and I weren't much bigger than him, but did I let him get hurt? Not me, child. Old man Shap owned about 200-300 us slaves, and he had cabins built all over and around his plantation. This house is po' enough, but then we just had one little room and dirt floors and no windows, sometimes just holes out. Some of them slaves cooks in their cabin, not what they wanted, but what Marse gived 'em, most times was beans and taters, and cornbread and milk, and sometimes round hog killing time he pass out the jowl meat. I just don't remember, but it seems we did eat 3 times a day. I was always so glad to hear that bell ring, else a horn blow. You see that kind of shell like Calden cockhorn, and could that nigger blow loud. Mammy cooked in the big house for Marser, and then sometime, when her work was done in there, she was took to the field and left me and my brother and sister by ourselves, till she come, and sometime, when she did come, she would run in scared like, and lock the door and motion us quiet and say, "They will think I's asleep." I didn't understand all that stuff then, but 'fore long I did understand what I's telling you. 'Nother thing, our beds was po' stuff, but Mammy said she was always dog tired and could have slept on the ground. They was straw ticks and hard. Lord no, child, we didn't know what springs was. One day, I remember bad, old man Shap sold Grandma, and she was Mammy's mammy, and all we ever hear, she was sold down south. We knowed not to do no taking on, for if we did, the hide would get tooken off us. Mammy used to card wool and cotton and spin, then she would weave goods. I remember one time, I was little, I played rat under the loom. I would crawl up and grab Mammy and say, "Eek!" and pinch her. She'd say, "I'll put a stop to that rat bothering me when I got work to do." That didn't stop me, but she sure made me wish it had the next time I do it. I never knowed Sunday from Monday, 'cept on Sunday the white man come, and we are called out under the brush arbor. Didn't have no work in the field that day, and he stand up for us and preach out a little greenback book. I didn't know what it was then, but I knows now it was a Bible. I remember every preach day he say, "Mind you not to steal from Mrs. or Master." He was plenty strong on that part. Well do I remember dat nigger overseer, big, smart aleck. He was called the nigger driver. He say, "Hurry up there, you get the hide split on your lazy back." I wasn't hardly big enough, but the bigger ones, when they was give a task to do, they better do it in a hurry, else they would get the hide split, and sometimes salt put on. I never had no book larnin', 'cept 2-3 times when Miss Fanny LaForge, she was the white school teacher, and she tried to learn me. She didn't have much time and couldn't do much with it, but I always say, "Give me good old common horse sense, and not bragging, miss, but I have got that. Always did have. Most these educated ones are smarty, big head, smarty, and I never did want to be that way tall. If they was jails, then, for us slaves, I never seed one, just whipping for punishing. Someone was getting it all the time. Old Parker liked Mammy and all her people, and he told old man Shap if'n he lashed my Mammy and her family he would come and take us back, 'cause we was good and didn't need no punishment, but that was the only reason that we wasn't lashed like the rest of them. I was telling you about Sunday meeting. None of us had a Bible 'cept the white man, and I don't know where he got it from. I never did have one 'cept once, and it burned up in my house in advance. I liked to look through it, but I didn't know what it said. Times it seems I can hear them sing. I didn't sing much at the meeting 'cause I was too little, but the others sang, "Hark from the Tomb," and "I am a soldier of the cross." When the preacher man shook his head and stomped his feet and yelled, I say to Mammy, "What that man, Mommy? What he doin'?" And she say, "Hush," and put her hand over my mouth. I knowed plenty well to stay hush, too. Any baptizing went on, I never seed any of it, never knowed nothing about anything like that then. The older ones had some fun, too, about that time. Maybe once a week or more, someone get mission from his master and give a hoedown, calls dance now. Anyone that went from all the closed plantation got mission from the master, or overseer, to go, but they had to be home at a certain time, or they would wish they hadn't went, and sometime they would slip off and go out mission. If ever they was caught, they got it, and plenty of it. I heard Sister say, "Mammy, I would like to go to the hoedown tonight." Mammy say, "Think you can come back in time?" Sister say, "Don't know, Mammy." Then Mammy say, "Better save yourself, child." Then Sister say, "Well, I better go to bed then." But you could hear the fiddle and the hollering all over, and 'twas hard to stay away. At Christmas time we knowed about that, and both of Mammy's owners give her a good time. Old man Shap always give us a pair of stockings and some candy and apples. For the men folks, they sometimes get whiskey. New Year's was about the same, and I don't remember no other holidays. When we get sick, there was a white doctor way off somewhere that would come if he was sent for, but most of the time old Uncle Nejohn and Uncle Jake would conjure us. They was called voodoos. One time, Sister stepped up in the meat house door and hurt her foot. Don't know how. Mammy tell Master, and he say, "Tell Jake he come," and I was allus afraid of him, and he say to Sister, "Gal, get up and walk." She say, "I can't." He set back down and go, for a long time, and then say, "Gal, I say get up and walk." She say, "I can't." I was so scared, and Mammy say to me, Set still there, gal. He ain't going to hurt you nohow. But he looked so wild and mean, and the next time he mumble words over her foot, she get up and walk. He have us wear a dime around our necks for something. Don't know what, though. I was allus such a fool about money. I just liked to wear it and didn't care. When someone died, we didn't know what was done with 'em, but sometime they was took out in the night, and I heard some was hauled off in a little push thing and throwed in the river, and some was put in a hole with their clothes on. 'Bout that time we began to hear stories of being set free. The slaves sang at their work all day. Thank God Almighty, I'll be free some day. They're about all the words I can remember. They sang this over and over and made a pretty song, too. Near time for us to be freed, the owners get meaner all the time. Some took their slaves down in the cane brakes and hid them. Others was kept working. Old man Shap tells some, "When you get free, I give you home and pay you for your work." I guess he would too if he had stayed there. Them bluecoats, northern soldiers, was lots meaner than the browncoats, gray, in the South. Them bluecoats come in and steal your chickens and cook them over your fireplace and eat them right 'fore your eyes. I remember one time the browncoats come and wanted sister. I squalled like a panther. During and after the war, them guerrillas was a sight. They steal, kill, and tear up everywhere. The KKK was a powerful mean bunch, and they would come later at night and take people out and whip them. I didn't know what for. I well remember the day we was freed, everyone sang, "Thank God Almighty, I'm free at last, free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, I'm free at last, I'm free at last." Old man Shap was mad, and he whipped some of his slaves, and they took him to the town jail. Last I seed of him, he was sitting in the town jail winter, maybe died there, I don't know. After we was free, there was plenty of work. They couldn't whip nobody, and had to pay us for the work. Mammy cooked for Mr. Hunter and Riley and Dalton. She kept me with her till I got old enough to cook, and then I left and got a job away from there somewhere. I got married about 40-50 years ago to Baltimore here. He is 105 years old now. He tells me his old miss thought he was an Angle, and he was almost 36 years old when the war broke out. He was from Lauderville County, Tennessee. He tell me people just thought bountiful of him, and they seemed to be a welcome all over the world for him. He says he was called one of the finest barbers in the world. All was a natural gift, and man out of sight. He barbered thousands and thousands. His mother was from Georgia, and her name was Liza, and she married Jim Taylor. Me and Baltimore had 11 children since we've been married. There was Charlie, he dead, Martha, living, and not got any kids, and Tony, dead, and Louise and Gussie, dead. How many that? 5? Rosie dead, and left 6 children. Part of them are here. Little Baltimore and Henry are dead. Roosevelt is living here at home. Robert is in a CC camp, but David works in a fine hotel in St. Louis. Don't know what one the name is. Old man Abe Lincoln was a fine old man, and I liked him. He never freed us, but told us how. But Booker and Jefferson Davis wasn't no friend to the colored man that I knowed anything about. It is best to be free if you carry yourself right. You'll be free all your days. I belongs to the Saints' Church. 'Tain't the Holy Roller, and I always was 'ligious, but I don't know much 'bout stuff, never put no study on it. I was just a poor old nigger slave that is waiting for the good Lord to come and take me home, and it won't be long, child. No, Granny ain't got long. End of section 67, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, November 10, 2025.
Section 68 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Lewis Thomas, St. Louis, Missouri. Slave Hitched to Plow. The subject of this sketch is Lewis Thomas, 93 years of age, who lives at 3007 Clark Avenue with his oldest daughter, Laura Richardson, and family. In the middle room of a 3-room brick apartment laid Lewis Thomas, confined to his bed with a severe cold, but kind enough to be interviewed by the writer. The old man was clean and quite composed, and said he had been interviewed so often it was a common thing to him. He was 6 feet tall and weighed 174 when taken sick. The home was very poorly furnished, but clean. He is of dark complexion with white hair. He said, "I was born in Pickens County, Alabama, May 9th, 1844. My mother's name was Tamar, and my father's was Thomas Wyndham. Our owner was Levi Wyndham. I had 2 sisters and 2 brothers. I married Caroline Wyndham. She was owned by the same folks I was. We had 11 children, but only 2 is living. The oldest one, Laura Richardson, I am living with. The other daughter's name is Evergreen Richardson, living at 3100 Clark Avenue. They are both Richardsons, but their husbands are not related. I've been living in St. Louis since 1923. When I was a slave, I had to plow barefooted, hooked to a double horse plow. For 8 or 10 years at that time, we had a white overseer in the summer. I did not only plow barefooted, but naked as well. In the winter they allowed me a few clothes, but not many. I worked from daylight until dark. I didn't know nothing about time. Making and gathering crop was my biggest task. We made 500 bales of cotton a year, besides growing wheat, potatoes, and other vegetables for the hands. I stayed on the plantation till way after the Civil War was fought. If the slaves could get as near as East St. Louis in Ohio without getting caught, they would join the Yankees and help fight for freedom. But the Rebs wouldn't think of giving slaves any guns, as mean as they had been to us. They knew too well we would shoot them first thing. I remember well I was in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and there was a speech made there by General Forrest on a Sunday. He said, "There ain't a Yankee in 500 miles of Tuscaloosa, Alabama." So the Rebs were so happy about that, they started early the very next morning, putting the flooring back in the bridge they done took out so the Yankees couldn't cross and get to them. The following Tuesday night, the very next day I mean, don't you know, dem Yankees come in our town, crossed that very bridge. That same night old Mars made us hitch up all the horses and get up all the flour, meat, and everything we done raised, and carry it up to Tombilby River. It was a swamp to hide it from the Yankees. But, honey, that didn't do a bit of good. Them Yankees got all our stuff and us, too, and destroyed everything he had. Us slaves was so mad at old Mars, we helped him get rid of everything, then went on back home. We had nowhere else to go, and the war wasn't over, and we hadn't nary a penny of money. Child, no, we didn't. I made my last crop in 1867 on that very plantation where I lived all my days. Of course we was free then, or supposed to be free. They promised to pay us, but we never got nothing, least not yet. Mars ain't paid me, and he's dead now. In March 1868 they sent to the field for all us hands to come up to the house to sign a contract. We all went. We was so used to minding old Mars when he sent for us, we just mind right on like it was still slavery. So I had always been mighty handy about most things, so he wanted me 'bove the others. So he took my hand, put it on his pen, and held it right there, and signed my name hisself. I got mad as a wet hen about that agreement he read to me, so he tried to make me feel good, saying he was going to give me half. I knowed better. I felt there was going to be some trouble up to the house, so I had a pistol in my pocket that had been dropped by the Yankees on purpose to help us slaves shoot our way out. So I just told my old boss I ain't going to do it, and when he raised up at me, I just whipped out that pistol, and everything in sight got out of my way. I was mad a plenty, and I already always had plenty of temper. So when I had everybody scared and excited, I left and never did go back. I went to Columbus, Mississippi, and stayed until 1923. All that time I done sharecropping, farming, and made good. When I left there, I came to St. Louis and have not worked since. I was too old for a job, but, sister, I worked many a day for 2 bits a day, and churned all day to get milk to drink, 'cause I couldn't get no other food. I cut grass, mowed after sharecropping days were over. I never had any schooling. What learning I got I picked up hearing the children. I have 22 grandchildren and 9 great-grandchildren. The first 3 years in St. Louis I lived with my daughter, Evergreen Richardson, at 3100 Clark Avenue. I am a member of the Church of God in Christ on Leffingwell and Bernard Street. End of section 68.
Section 69 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kenneth the Teller. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 69, Mrs. Jane Thompson, Fredericktown, Missouri. I gets a pension from the Civil War. William Thompson, my husband, fought for 7 years. He fought the Indians in the West. I gets $40 a month. I have 21 grandchildren and 6 great-grandchildren. I was the mother of 6. My first boss sold my mother, and I can remember her climbing upon the stile block made from the trunk of a gum tree. This was down in Zuka, Mississippi, and the trees grew big down there. My boss was my father, they claim. The boss was pretty cruel. Our second boss did not believe in slavery, but his wife did. One of the daughters of the boss married, and I went with her as a slave. Then my boss Burgess was a Baptist preacher, and he would travel round. I would pick cotton, then I did the housework. I had 2 uncles that ran off and never come back. They joined the war. The Ku Klux Klan would come and claim they could drink a bucket of water. That was done so they could get us to come out to them. They would be 4 or 5 in a gang. I remembered the soldiers coming and killing chickens and throwing them in the kitchen and having us to cook them. I remember how the freedom come, but we were taught for a long time not to know anything about slavery. The only thing I knew about it was bad times. Even the boss would not let me stay in the house when he had family prayers. At night before bedtime, I would have to see to cotton, and I would nod from getting sleepy, and then the boss would knock me over the head. But I'm so glad the good Lord let me stay here to do something. I've raised about 30 children. Most of my work as a slave was spent helping the mistress, picking up her handkerchief, cleaning up the house, etc. Sometimes I think slavery was a test that the Lord has us to go through. It was through God that Lincoln was given the brains and the talent. I would find different friends to take me in after the war. Sometimes I would have only 2 dresses. I tell the old folks that we is having slavery again, But the depression is not as hard as slavery because the government is helping the people now. After the war, we had parched wheat for coffee and cornmeal with the husks in it. Old Burgess' children helped me to learn to spell. The boss would make me spell words backwards. I remember a song, "Let's go down to the water and be baptized and bound for the promised land." My uncle would play his guitar in his cabin at night. At Christmas, they would have a dance on the plantation. We used to hang up our stockings and get a little candy at Christmas time. End of section 69.
Section 70 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Florence Short. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration, Sarah Wagner. Interview with Aunt Sarah Wagner, Savannah, Missouri. A familiar figure in Savannah, Missouri is that of an aged, bent, and withered Negro woman with a little patch of white whiskers on her chin, a cap on her head winter and summer, who is seen almost daily pulling a little red wagon along the streets. Aunt Sarah Wagner, as she is called, lives alone in a small unpainted house, almost a hut, near the right-of-way of the Chicago Great Western Railroad, about 3 blocks southeast of the courthouse. The yard as well as the house is cluttered with all kinds of junk, odds and ends which Aunt Sarah has picked up as she meanders through the town. She has been a fixture in Savannah for many years, and has the friendship of the white people, who commend her faithfulness and religious fervor. "How be you?" she asked pleasantly when answering my knock at her door. When it was explained that her recollections about slave life before the war were wanted, she beamed delightedly. "Yes'm, come on in and sit, and soon's I've fixed the fire I'll tell you everything about slave times, everything I can remember." She wiped off a chair for her visitor, then busied herself at the old wood and coal cook stove, where some vegetables were simmering in an antiquated iron kettle, and fat meat was frying in the skillet. "I was a slave," she stated. "I was born in Kentucky, in Grayson or Hardin County. I don't know which exactly, 'cause we lived in both counties. And I never did think to ask old Miss Howard who raised me. And I forgot to ask my mother if she knowed, and I don't think she knowed." Sarah paused for a moment, then continued plaintively, "I wish I knowed for sure." "Who was old Miss Howard?" "She was white folks. I was raised by de Howards, Mr. and Mrs. Jim Howard. They owned me. We called 'em Pop and her Old Miss. My mother's name was Wagner. She belonged to Mr. Howard, too. My father, he belonged to another man and lived on a farm near us. No, ma'am, no, we was never sold. I'll tell you how 'twas. You see, Mr. Howard's father, he came over from England. He called all his sons to his bedside at the last and gave each of them some of the colored people and told them to take good care of them and never to let them be sold. I had a cousin, June, who was sold here in the courthouse door in Savannah. Him and another boy was sold down south. The Howards bought me from Kentucky to Missouri. That was before the war. I've been here a long time. I'm 93 years old." "Sure I know how old I is," she remonstrated. "I's 93 years old right now, 1937. And I knows my birthday, too. I knows it for sure. It comes on February 17th. I's sure about that, for it comes so close to that of Abe Lincoln. His birthday is February 12th. Memories of the past surged through Aunt Sarah's mind and awakened emotions. She rose to her feet, and speaking with the enraptured ecstasy of her race when roused by religious fervor, testified, "I knowed about Abe Lincoln, 'cause his cousin Cap Lincoln, yes, Cap Lincoln, lived right nigh us in Kentucky, and he sure was a fine man. I knowed about Abe Lincoln before he ever run for president. long before he was assassinated. You see, I lived neighbor to some of his kinfolks. Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes, ma'am. Long before the war. Yes, oh, Lord, yes, ma'am. Abe Lincoln was just next to Jesus Christ. Yes, oh, Lord. Yes, that he was. Just next to Jesus Christ. I remember when I was freed, the exultation of Aunt Sarah dimmed and faded, and with a quavering, subdued voice she whispered, I wish I'd knowed. I wish I'd knowed. Abe Lincoln was born in Hardin County in the same month I was, almost the same day. Footnote. Abraham Lincoln was born in LaRue County, Kentucky, February 12, 1809. I wish I'd knowed was I born in the same county he was, but I ain't never going to know. Yes, ma'am, I was moved with the Howards from Kentucky, she continued, right up to the Nodaway River, about 10 miles from Savannah. It took us about 6 weeks to come with oxen. I saw the immigrant trains going through to California. That was before the war. I's been here a long time. I'm 93 years old. I's been here since the woods burned, and I'm going to be here a long time yet, 'cause my mother was 115 before she died. My, but the Indians was thick when I first came here, and there was buffalo, and there was deer, and there was quail just thick. I wasn't scared none of the Indians, and I ain't scared of nothing now. No, ma'am. 'Cause why? 'Cause the white folks put the first clothes on me and fed me, and they been doing it ever since. You wants to know what kind of clothes did we wear in them days? I'm going to tell you. I just had 2 dresses. The best one was made out of plain white muslin. I went out in the woods and got walnut bark to color it brown. I always had to wash it on Saturday, 'cause we all had to go to church on Sunday. Yes'm, I went to the white folks' church, and part of the time I was the only nigger gal there. Then I had another dress and a shirt. I made 'em just like Ole Miss taught me. That was my work dress. It was made with a cord round the bottom, a cord as big as my little finger, so's I couldn't tear it, 'cause I went over fences like a deer. The shirt was made like a long petticoat. In the winter Ole Miss made us stockings out of yarn, and we had brogan shoes. Didn't you never see any brogan shoes? Queried Aunt Sarah. Don't you know what they looked like, huh? They was neither lined or bound, and we used a peggin' awl to make holes for the laces. Some of 'em had copper toes. Didn't they hurt your feet? Yes'm, but if they did hurt, we had to wear 'em anyways. Them old brogans, I'm sure glad they're gone. During the war, Ole Miss kept telling me I had to help her put new cloth in the loom, and when little Jane, that's her little girl, wanted me to play, her mother would say, Sary has to work fast now, 'cause she gonna be free. Oh, Lord, miss, Sary will never be free. But I was freed. Now I'm going to tell you about the home life. I worked in the house for Ole Miss, and we had plenty to do and plenty to eat. When the white folks was through eatin', I got a pan and got the grub, and set on the floor and ate it. Oh, Lordy, but I worked hard since I was 12 years old. But not in the fields. Ole Miss, she say there was plenty for me to do in the house, and there was, sure enough. I washed and cooked for all of us, and ironed too. I had the irons, great big old irons in the fireplace. I ironed on a quilt spread out on the floor, and I ironed just as nice as anybody. I lived right in the house with the white folks. In summer we slept, my brother Henry and me, in a trundle bed in the kitchen, and in the winter made a pallet beside the fireplace. Old Pop was good to us. He kept up a fire all night when it was cold. I never saw a cooking stove or a lace shoe until I was freed. We just had to burn our faces cooking over the fireplace. I milked 8 cows and then put the milk away. That took a long time. They didn't have no horses then, much. They had a yoke of oxen. Sometimes some of us was hired out to work, but we didn't get no money for that ourselves. They drawed the wages. No, ma'am, They didn't have no beauty parlors then, huh? Old Miss never had her hair curled or anything like that. We didn't know nothing about face powder and primping up in them days, huh? Old Miss never used anything on her face excepting soap and water. Yes, indeed, we sure did have good times, too. There was dances, and I liked to dance, I was a regular king ruler at the dances. Many a time I danced till broad daylight, and then when I worked I was so sleepy I'd nod and nod. Then old Pop, he'd say, "Go out there and make Sary go to bed." Yes, indeedy, we had good times, too. Did I ever get whooped? I never was whooped much. Old Miss never whooped me, 'cause Pop did all the whoopin'. He said if there was any whoopin' to be done, he'd do it. Anyway, they never whooped me very often, 'cause I done my work the best I could. I remember once when old Pop started off for St. Joseph, he rode back into the yard and said to old Miss, "Don't whoop Sary, or let anybody else whoop her, or I'll cut the hide off their backs when I gets back." Yes'm, we always called him Pop and old Miss. Pop wouldn't let me take his name, 'cause he was a Republican and believed that the colored people ought to have their own laws and doctors and all. He was afraid folks would think he was a rebel and the soldiers might kill him. We didn't dare take his name, so I took my father's name of Wagner. He belonged to one of the neighbors in Kentucky and didn't come to Missouri when we did. Yes'm, I had 2 children during the war, a boy, Bob, and a girl, Mary, and later a girl, Minnie. Married? No'm, I never married. I never was married. Well, no'm, I didn't have a very hard time after I was freed. Slaves wasn't hardly ever allowed to look in the door at the schoolhouse, so we couldn't learn to read and write. When I was freed, Pop tried to learn me evenings to count my fingers. He made me sit by the fireplace and learn to count and learn about money, so's the white folks couldn't cheat me after I was free. After I was free, one of Mr. Howard's boys taught me my letters and helped me learn to read some. After I was freed, I went to St. Joseph and did housework. Then I was a chambermaid. After a while, I came back to Savannah to work for the Price family. They was mighty rich and had a big home. Place is still here. I had a fine time there. I remember Mr. Ed V. Price. He was just a boy when I went there to work, and he did plague me terrible sometimes. He'd run into the kitchen, grab a handful of cake dough, and run outside laughing. Then I got so I couldn't work no more, and he was a rich man, and he always helped me. And he left me in his will $10 every month for the rest of my life. Oh, yes'm, I'm to get my state pension every month. It's going to be $12. I ain't got it yet, but I will for long. I ain't scared, 'cause the white folks put the first clothes on me and fed me, and they've been doing it ever since. With a weary dimming of her eyes, old Sarah settled back in her chair, sighed, and murmured, "I've been here a long time. I'm 93 years old." End of section 70.
Section 71 of Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States from interviews with former slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Minxie Walker. Interview with Minxie Walker, Poplar Bluff, Missouri. The following interview pertaining to former slaves and the conditions under which they lived was obtained from Minxie Walker, 78 years old, who lives at the end of Davis Street in a subdivision called New World, Poplar Bluff, Missouri. I was 1 year old when the war broke out, and 6 years old when it closed. I don't remember the day or month I was born, but you can figure out how old I am. My mammy's name was Blanche Walker. The name Walker come from her belonging to Canon Walker. He had 2 brothers, Sam and Jimmy, and all their ground run together. I well remembers them boys, and so does everyone else. They was the best masters in all the South. Put all their slaves together, they owned about 200 or 300. I don't know how much land they had, but it took a lot to keep all that many niggers busy. I don't know where my parents was born, Old Virginia, I guess, but I was born in 7 miles of Dyersburg, Tennessee. My father was Nat Parker, and his master was Little Dan Parker. He was kept on the Parker place, but Mammy got to see him every Sunday morning. They lived about 5 miles from us. They didn't get to talk in the evening, 'cause the white folks preached for us then. We was called together in the brush arbor by a big bell they rung. The arbor was as big as a square block here in town, but there was so many of us that we filled it up pretty quick. The meeting was about like it is now, 'cept we didn't know half the time what they was talking about. We couldn't read and learn. Had to listen to learn. I well remember after meeting, Mammy would stop and talk with women, and she said, "Minxie, this is your aunt, my sister. You can walk along home with her." I was little, and I would catch hold her dress tail to keep up. She would meet other women, and they would start talking about the meeting. First thing I would know, they would be jumping up and dancing around and patting their hands until all the grass was worn off slick. I didn't have no chance to go to school, but I was a little tad, and did not have to work very hard either. I wasn't big enough to hitch up the team of oxen, but some big person would, and then I sure could drive them. Drove all day, and I can remember hauling tobacco to the barns all day. We had several barns tall as that tree yonder, tree about 75 feet high. About all we raised was tobacco. That sure enough was tobacco country, a little corn for the stock, and we raised what we eat. The only fighting I remember of during the war was on the farm of Dan Parker. The soldiers met right in the middle of his corn and tobacco field, and when they got through, the tobacco was trampled into ground, and you couldn't find a double handful of the corn. I have always said I was like a shingle, not like a barrel of snakes. You never saw a crooked shingle, and you will never see a straight snake. I have always practiced one thing, and that is telling the truth about all things. That is why I can say I don't know much about the slavery times. I wasn't old enough. I was just a slave, and that is all. I said when I was a small boy, "Lord, just give me the power to read the Bible, old Blueback speller in the hymn books." He done this, and I know the Bible by heart. I could preach for 6 years and never tell all I know. I can't write a word or read anything but these books. For a while I did preach. I traveled by mission. Didn't own a church of my own, and didn't belong to any special one. I guess I must have preached about 5 years. I have been married twice. Both my wives are dead. I don't know how old I was when I first married, but I had been free many a day. I went to Dyersburg and bought the license. I got drunk and didn't get to New Bern, Tennessee, where my girl lived, until the next day. We had 2 children, a boy and a girl. Their names was George Earl and George Ella. Their mother lived 9 years, and when she died, I give them to their grandmother. I told her she could have them, and I would never bother around, and I have never seen them since. Guess they are grown up by this time. If they lived and are still alive, they are the only kinfolks I have. I went to Clinton, Kentucky, and married again. That wife just lived a short time, and then I moved to Arkansas, and lived until 30 years ago, when I moved to Butler County and Poplar Bluff. I have lived on this hill all that time, and sometimes it gets lonesome, but when it does, I just gets my Bible and reads. I spend lots of time since my mule died under the shade of this tree, because I haven't anything to do any more. I was just thinking the other day, in slave times, you never seed an old nigger man or woman allowed to rest in the shade. There was some work for them. The old woman took care of the kids, and the old men kept clean around the master's door and barnyard. Where I was, we fared extra fine during slave times. Our master, Cannon Walker, was a Union man. We had plenty pork meat to eat, and fared fine. He bought us good clothes and paid all the doctor bills when we got sick. We had good houses, too. We had to get up pretty soon in the mornin', but we didn't know nothin' then. Our old mistress wanted me to call her boy that was the same age as me Master Tilly. I said, "No, ma'am. When he call me Master Minsky, then I call him Master Tilly." Master Canon Walker did not allow any patrollers to boss his slaves. When any of them was stopped on the pike and asked who they belonged to, all they had to say was Canon, Sam, or Jim Walker, and they never bothered them. My father and oldest brother run away with the Yankees during the war, and we never heard of them any more. Our master gave all the older men a place to raise chickens. He gave others poplar trees to make charcoal, and they was allowed to make a little money on the side this way. I remember hearing Mammy tell that one year he gave all his men 20 bushels of corn apiece, and they took it to the still and had whiskey made out of it. They put the barrel in the field, and she said there wasn't very much raised that year. The slaves did not have to fight in the war, but sometimes one would go in to look after his young master. After the war, and we was free, Mammy hired out to our old master, and we stayed on there 2 years. Then she married, and we started moving from place to place. My stepfather was a mean man. I couldn't have been more than 10 years old when he started hiring me out by the day. I was hungry all the time because I had been used to plenty of pork meat, and all he would let me eat was parched corn. One day I was working for Archie Dickerson. I was sick, and he asked me what the matter with me. I told him I had been used to meat, and my stepfather would not let me have any. He called his wife and told her to feed me meat every day. I never will forget him. I didn't get any education, but I don't care. Larsy, this is a free country now. You can either wear shoes or go barefooted. Slave times was all right before the war, because we didn't know nothing better, but I sure wouldn't like it now. I am an old man now, and I get the old age pension, so all I have to do is rest here under the tree and read my Bible. End of section 71, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, September 18, 2025. Section 72 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. James Wilson. Interview with James Wilson, St. Louis, Missouri. James lives alone at 87. Living alone at the age of 87 probably is not a mode of existence that would appeal to many. However, James Wilson, a former slave living in a single room in the rear of 917 O'Fallon Street, seemingly takes this little matter of a lonely existence in a stride. James stands quite erect, considering his years, and his eyesight is good. His hair is white, and he is about 6 feet tall. When the writer called to interview him, both he and his room were spotlessly clean. Sitting outside the door of his quarters, James's mind wandered back and forth through the years he has lived since he was born on Christmas Day, 1850, and, piecing together the bits of information that he could recall, he told the following story. I was born in Charleston, South Carolina, December 25, 1850. John Wilson was my owner. He owned more than 700 slaves and a terrible big plantation where he raised cotton, rice, corn, and cattle. Bless your soul, daughter, he was a hard taskmaster. Yes, he was. He owned big ships, both kinds, for freight and passengers. He kept me running on them boats from the time I was 10 years old till I was 16. We sailed everywhere, from New York to Rome, Jerusalem, Sweden, France, and everywhere under the sun, transporting passengers, clothing, cotton, and everything from one country to another. I handled the sails. It certainly was hard work for me because I was so young, but I was an expert with them sails just the same. Yes, I was. But old President Abraham Lincoln taken me off that boat, and I fought in the Civil War. I lacked 2 months of fighting 5 years. I never even married until 15 years ago, I married a woman 45 years old. After we was married, she decided I was too old for her, so she just went on off with a younger man. I never been the father of a child in my whole life. I get a $13 a month old age pension to live on. Since I've been free, I made my living railroading, brakesman, and steamboating. I voted many times in my life and just can't feel right to vote nothing but a Republican ticket, whether they ever get back in power again. I never did have a political job, nor had no friends had any that I know of. I just can't explain how I feel about this generation. They just ain't doing right, that's all. They just doing everything they is big enough to do. Don't regard nobody, don't care what they say, nor how they act to their own parents, nor nobody else's folks. They just sets me to worrying terrible sometimes, wondering what on this earth gonna become of this here sin-racked generation. Them old Ku Klux was a bad lot of mongrels. They'd catch you out without a pass, they'd cut you 100 lashes, and you feel like you ain't able to go nowhere again, with a pass or without one. After the war was fought, I do know some of them old slave owners to be nice enough to start their slaves off in freedom with something to live on till they get on their feet. But they wasn't in droves, I tell you that now, just a mighty precious few. Then there was some others that kept their slaves in bondage after the war, just like before the war, and the slaves never know till their dying day that they was free folks. Far as that goes, down there just below Sunflower, Mississippi, and lots of other countryside places in the deep south, they got slavery right now. The only song I can think of we used to sing so much was, "Oh, Lord, remember me." I can't remember none of the other songs. I've been all over the world, seen how different races are in their own lands, and I often sits and wonder if maybe these little fellows here now running about will see the equal rights that gets talked about now and then. But, daughter, you and me will never see it. No, we won't. I am a member of the Paradise Baptist Church. End of section 72, read by Nancy Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, May 22, 2025. Section 73 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Minty Gilbert Wood. Interview with Minty Wood, St. Louis, Missouri. Ex-slave, blind but happy. The subject of the sketch is Minty Gilbert Wood, 90 years old. She lives at 4321 West Bell Avenue, St. Louis, Missouri, with her widowed daughter, Emma Swift, 69 years old. In the living room of a 10-room brick residence located in the better class section of the Negro district of the city, Minty lives with her oldest daughter and 2 granddaughters. The old woman has been blind for 8 years. She is quite bent and shows the burden of her years. She is hard of hearing, and her mind is no longer keen and alert. Her daughter claims a recent illness has caused the latter trouble. However, the ex-slave very feebly tells the following story. I was born down in Bethel, Giles County, Tennessee, September 9, 1847. Marster Carey Gilbert was my owner, and I lived on his farm until 1892, when I moved to Little Rock, Arkansas. Marster Carey was mighty nice to his slaves, and he had a host of 'em. Can't begin to say how many. My old uncle was the overseer of us young'uns, about 50 young darkies, and he trained us up till we get a certain age. Then they turn us over to the grown-up lot, where the white overseer took charge of us. I don't remember everything so good, but I do the best I can. I remember when Marster Gilbert's daughter, Miss Rebecca, married Marster Maples. They lived about 8 or 10 miles from her daddy's farm, and she used to come home every so often to visit. She looked so fine, the slaves working in the field see her coming, They all stop and rest on their hoe to look at her pass by on her way to see her mama, and she would tell 'em, "You niggers better pray my father never die, 'cause if he died, I wouldn't allow none of you niggers to lift your heads from the time you go to work till you quit. My niggers work and never stop." Martha Gilbert gave her 4 slaves as a wedding present, and they had a hard time, but her parents was mighty fine. They owned so much land, cattle, corn, sorghum, tobacco, millet, barley, and everything the very finest kind, and the wealth was handed down from one generation of the Gilberts to the other. They was so rich, they didn't know how much they was worth themselves, but they was altogether different than most of them slave owners. They was prosperous 'cause they was better folks. When peace was declared, every one of Master Gilbert's slaves that had sense enough and did stay with him got half of everything they earned turned in on land and stock to be independent right there on the same spot where we had been a slave. And he had so many of his family and darkies too, he has his own graveyard where every one of us black or white that ever been in the Gilbert family can be buried without costing us a penny. He owns so much I can't begin to tell it, and nobody else I don't expect. Right now, a gang of his old slaves' his children is living right there, owning and working property their parents slaved on, the old Gilbert estate, and his folks there with him. Yes, ma'am. None of us never cared for Miss Rebecca. She made her slaves eat with the hogs, even poured their milk in the hog trough, and the hogs and slaves ate and drank together. She was worse than the whole family of Gilberts. I get a blind pension. I never did learn to read or write, but my husband was a school teacher, and he never was a slave. He was a soldier in the rebel army. I had 6 children, 6 grandchildren, 3 great-grandchildren, and 3 great-great-grandchildren. I liked to sew, knit, and make quilts, for I was blind. I never used snuff or tobacco in my whole life. I have 2 sisters living, one 82 years old, one 84 years old, and a brother 87 years old. They all live in Prospect, Tennessee, where they were born and raised. My husband died in 1914. Then I went back to Tennessee to live with my father until 1916, when I came to St. Louis to live with my younger daughter, Lydia King Davidson, until 1920. Then I was called back home on account of the death of my father. After the funeral, I went to Lenoke, Arkansas, to live with my oldest daughter, Emma Swift, and been with her off and on ever since. I only eat 2 meals a day, that's breakfast around 7 o'clock, and dinner between 1 and 2 o'clock. The rest of the time I drink plenty of water all day and all through the night. We moved to St. Louis in the year 1922. I just can't get used to this younger generation. They sure is a reckless lot, 'cause my life had plenty work attached to it. When I was coming along I split rails, hauled wood, raised a white folks' family, then turned right around and raised my own family. I believe in regular hours doing things, work, rest, and everything else it takes to make up life. I worked as hard after freedom as I did in slavery. After all, we got to work for a living. I don't believe in all this gallivanting around at night. You ain't fit for no work in the day when you don't rest at night. And I always believe in helping the fellow who needs help and can't help hisself much as I can. I even ask my neighbors to save me all the old rags and bottles, anything they don't want no more, so I can sell it and get hold of a little something to help somebody what ain't got some help like I got. I don't lose nothing for that, and I get joy out of it. I always keeps my little old pocketbook pinned in my pocket to put that little extra change in, and I got it here right now, and some change in it too. I never did vote, and never lived in Virginia, nor know nothing about it. I do know the slaves expected a salary for their work when they got free. Some of 'em got part of the promise, but most of 'em got nothing but the promise. My owners was exceptions. There might have been some more like 'em, but not many. At least, I never heard of 'em. All my old favorite songs us slaves used to sing, I can't separate 'em any more. I try to think of 'em so I can sing 'em, but I just find myself mixing 'em up and can't tell one from the other. Just singing. But the songs I like best this day and time is Life is like a mountain railroad. God will take care of you, and I may be blind, and I cannot see. I may be crippled, and I cannot walk. But I'll meet you at the station when the train comes along. End of section 73, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, September 22, 2025.
Section 74 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael Earley. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration. Section 74, Interviews with Elaine Wright and Sim Younger. Interview with Elaine Wright, Springfield, Missouri. Elaine Wright was born March 1, 1840, and is 97 years of age. Was born of slave parents just outside of Springfield, Missouri, and lived there at the beginning of the Civil War. Her father and mother's name was Evanson, taken after Mas Tom Evanson, who owned both Elaine's mother and father and 60 other slaves. Tom Evanson was a wealthy farmer and ran a big hog and cattle stock ranch. Elaine Wright, whose name was Evanson in slavery, and was married after the war in 1866 to Pete Wright. She remembers the Wilson's Creek fight between the Union and Confederacy, and only a short time after that she, with all the other Evanson slaves, was hurriedly taken south. The Evanson slaves, with many other of the district, were shipped as far south as possible to hide them from the Unionists. Elaine Wright told of a heartbreaking meeting between she and her slave mother when Elaine was just 4 years of age. Her mother had been sold to a slave trader and was to be taken to another state. They permitted the slaves to say goodbye to their children, and Elaine said she would never forget the few words her mother spoke to her just before they were separated. "Elaine, honey, Mama's gone way off and ain't never going to see her baby again." And I can see myself holding on to my mama and both of us crying, and then she was gone, and I never seed her since. I hopes I going to see my good mama some day, yes I do. Yes, I is going to do it, son, I sure is, yes indeed. Elaine doesn't seem to remember anything concerning the Civil War. Just this one important thing clings to her memory, her parting with her mammy. Interview with Sim Younger, Sedalia, Missouri. The two-story frame house, very plain in appearance, almost square in shape, located at 400 North Moniteau Street, Sedalia, is the home of Sim Younger, an interesting product of Negro slavery. He was born May 17, 1850, at Independence, Missouri, at the dawn of the golden age of steamboating on the Missouri River, and is a pensioned soldier of the Civil War. Traditions and customs of the Old South have stamped their influence on the modest home. A porch extends across the front of the house, and steps lead to the front door, but neither the porch nor front door are used much. They are for formal occasions. However, home life begins with the smaller porch on the south side, where bright flowered morning glory vines climb twine strings, their large green leaves bringing sheltering shadows to Sim's favorite resting place. Here is placed an old-fashioned hickory chair with woven cane seat, which is his haven of peace and comfort. The yard on this side of the house affords plenty of space for exercise, and a large catalpa tree spreads grateful shade. It was here, under the catalpa tree, that Sim Younger wanted his picture taken while seated in his favorite chair. There is a quiet, soldierly dignity about the old Negro that is striking and impressive. He is well preserved for all of his 87 years, and his keen eyes require no glasses. The impress of his college education and soldierly training are evidenced by his conversation, bearing, and the lack of Negro dialect in his speech. He courteously expressed pleasure at the request for an interview on slavery, and invited me into the house. The living room where we talked is large. The floor is covered with linoleum, and a leather-covered couch stands against the wall. In the center of the room is a large oak table. Other furniture consists of 2 plain oak chairs, but no rocking chairs. Sim lives alone, and while we were talking, a Negro brought in his breakfast, a pint of milk, an egg, and 2 slices of toast. Although urged, Sim would not violate his code by eating in my presence. "My father," he replied in answer to my question, "was Charles Younger, the originator of the Younger family in Missouri, and grandfather of Cole, Bob, and Jim Younger. My father was my mother's master. She was a Simpson. I knew Cole Younger well." Cole, Bob, and Jim Younger, known as the Younger brothers, were notorious outlaws. It is recorded that Sim's father was the Younger who operated a canoe ferry across the Missouri River from Randolph Bluffs in 1821 to what is now Kansas City, then known as Chutu's Landing. My father died when I was 5 years old, and left mother a farm on which my brothers and sisters are still living. Father arranged for my education, and by the terms of his will I was sent to Oberlin, Ohio, where I was reared by Delia Shepherd, in whose care I was placed. Sim Younger related that he attended Oberlin College and graduated from there in 1870. He did not see his mother from the time he was 5 years old until he was the age of 21. When comment was made that he did not use Negro dialect, Sim explained, saying, "That is due to my early training. Delia Shepherd gave me excellent training, and I remember everything she told me, even when I was a very little boy. I will always remember one thing she told me," he continued, fondly reminiscent. "I was just a little boy, and she said, 'Sim, if when visiting you find a pin on the floor, put it up and call attention to it. It does not belong to you.'" "Yes, ma'am," he continued. "I was born in slavery, and I enlisted in the Union Army, January 1, 1864, at Oberlin, Ohio, and according to the National Tribune, I was one of the youngest soldiers in the ranks. I was present at the Battle of Petersburg, Virginia, July 30, 1864, one of the disasters to the Northern forces of the war, and present on June 15, 1864, at the initiatory Battle of Deep Bottom, and also at Cold Harbor. I was in the 9th Army Corps, under Burnside, and was transferred around in front of Richmond, Virginia. General Butler went down to Fort Fisher and failed, which was the last open port of the Confederacy. Another expedition was organized, and General Terry given command. We embarked on the night of December 31, 1864, landed the morning of January 13, 1865, on the peninsula. On the night of January 15, 1865, we captured Fort Fisher. We had a terrible, terrible time landing. There was an awful storm. I was told to jump overboard, and oh my, I swallowed a good deal of the Atlantic." He sat still a moment, living over in memory the thrilling events of that night at Fort Fisher. Then, saddened by the pageant of the past evoked from memory's storehouse, he said, "I want to tell you of one of the tragic things that happened during the war, and I was there and saw it. It was at the South Side Railroad, at Petersburg, on September 27, 1865. I was put on picket duty. The Rebs had built a fire, and the wind was driving it toward us. They began to holler and cheer, very happy over the fact. All at once we could hear someone coming toward us. The pickets opened fire on what they thought were Rebs, and found out to their distress that it was a bunch of recruits from our own lines. Many were killed. The shadow of this past grief faded from his countenance, and in a brighter mood he exclaimed, "If I could choose my weapons for the next war, I would choose doughnuts, to be thrown at each other across the Atlantic." End of section 74. End of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, Volume 10, Missouri Narratives, by United States Work Projects Administration.